If you enjoy these pioneer stories, please like and subscribe for more quiet history. And if you'd like, tell me where you're listening from tonight. Frontier stories have always traveled far, and it's wonderful to see where they reach today. Welcome to a journey through the American frontier. Tonight we're going to travel back in time, to an era when stories were told slowly, by firelight, when there was no rush, and the night stretched out long and peaceful before you. For the next several hours, we'll explore the legends of Paul Bunyan, the mighty logger of the North Woods, and Wetzel, the quiet frontiersman of the Ohio River Valley. These stories are meant to help you rest, to slow your thoughts, and to carry you gently into sleep. Let the words wash over you and drift off whenever you're ready. The stories will continue, soft and steady, throughout the night. Let's begin. Imagine an American night 200 years ago. There are no electric lights, no hum of machinery, no distant traffic. The darkness is complete and natural, and somehow comforting. In this darkness, people gathered around fires. They told stories. They shared memories. Time moved differently then. A single evening could stretch for hours, and no one minded. There was nowhere else to be, nothing urgent to attend to, just the fire, the darkness beyond, and the voices of others nearby. This was the world of the American frontier, a world where life moved at the pace of seasons, where work was hard but rhythmic, where solitude was common, and where stories helped people make sense of the vast wilderness around them. Tonight, we're stepping into that world, not to relive its hardships, but to borrow its slower sense of time, to remember what it felt like, when nights were long and stories could wander, and there was no pressure to hurry toward any particular ending. The frontier was many things to many people. For some, it was the great forests of the north, where pine trees grew so tall they seemed to touch the clouds. For others, it was the river valleys of the Ohio country, where settlements clung to waterways, and the forest pressed close on all sides. But wherever the frontier was, it shared certain qualities: quietness, space, the constant presence of the natural world, and the need for stories to fill the long, dark hours, to make sense of daily life, to turn ordinary work into something worth remembering. Let yourself settle into this time and place. Feel the weight of the day lifting from your shoulders. There's nothing you need to do right now except listen and breathe and let your mind begin to wander. The fire is warm, the night is vast and peaceful, and the stories are about to begin. On the American frontier, nighttime was different from how we experience it now. When the sun went down, work stopped, not because people wanted to stop, but because they had to. There was no artificial light bright enough to work by, no way to extend the day, so the evening became a separate world, a time for rest, for conversation, for storytelling. In logging camps of the North Woods, 50 or 60 men might gather in a bunkhouse. The day's work was done. Their bodies were tired, deeply tired, from hours of swinging axes and hauling timber, but their minds were still awake, still needing something to occupy them before sleep came. Someone would start talking, maybe about the day's work, maybe about something that happened years ago, maybe about something that never happened at all, but could have, or should have, and slowly, Over the course of the evening, a story would take shape. These weren't formal stories. No one stood up and performed. The tale would meander, one person adding details, another correcting a point, a third person laughing and saying, "That's not how it was at all." But through this collaborative remembering, through this slow building of narrative, something meaningful emerged. The stories served many purposes. They entertained, yes. They passed the time, but they also did something deeper. They helped people process their experiences. Logging was hard work, dangerous work. Men died in the woods, crushed by falling trees, drowned in river drives. The stories, even the tall tales, even the ones about impossibly giant lumberjacks, helped make sense of that danger, that difficulty. If you could imagine Paul Bunyan, a man so large he could clear an entire forest in a day, then your own work, your own struggle, became part of something bigger. You weren't just cutting trees, you were participating in a legend. Your exhaustion, your aching muscles, they connected you to this mythic figure, this symbol of strength and endurance. Along the Ohio River, in the scattered settlements and isolated cabins, stories served a similar purpose. The wilderness was vast, threats were real, solitude was common. A man like Wetzel, who could move through the forest alone for weeks at a time, who knew every trail and river, crossing, became a figure worth talking about, worth remembering, worth shaping into something larger than life. These evening stories, they weren't just entertainment. They were a way of making sense of the frontier itself, of taking the overwhelming, the frightening, the exhausting, and transforming it into narrative, into something that could be understood, shared, and passed down. And they were told slowly, because there was time, because the night was long, because sleep would come when it came, and there was no reason to rush toward it. Let that same unhurried feeling settle over you now. There's no rush, no deadline, just this slow unfolding of story, carrying you gently, deeper into rest. One of the interesting things about frontier stories is how they blurred the line between fact and fiction. This wasn't dishonesty, it was something else, something more complex. Consider Paul Bunyan. Today, we know he's a fictional character, a tall tale, a legend created by loggers and later popularized by advertising companies. But in the bunkhouses where these stories first took shape, no one worried too much about whether Paul Bunyan was real. The stories weren't about literal truth. They were about emotional truth, about capturing what logging felt like, what it meant, what it demanded from the men who did it. When a logger said Paul Bunyan cleared the entire state of North Dakota of trees, no one thought that actually happened, but they understood what the story meant. It meant the work they were doing was enormous, historic, something that would reshape the landscape for generations. The exaggeration, the impossibility, that was the point. It expressed something that ordinary language couldn't quite capture. Wetzel, on the other hand, was a real person. Born in 1763, died around 1808. There are historical records, court documents, letters, references in other people's journals and memoirs. We know he existed. We know some of what he did. But even with a real person, legend grew around the facts. Stories were told. Exaggerations crept in. Things he might have done became things he definitely did. One heroic moment, retold dozens of times, became 3 moments, then 5, then a whole career of them. This is how oral tradition works. Memory is collaborative. Every time a story is told, it changes slightly. Details are added, others are forgotten. The emotional core remains, but the specifics shift and evolve. And on the frontier, where life was hard and dangers were real, there was a natural tendency to amplify, to make heroes larger than life, to turn survival into something mythic. Because if you're living through the same hardships, facing the same threats, then these larger-than-life figures become something to aspire to, something to measure yourself against. The line between fact and legend, between history and myth, it was porous, flexible, and that was okay. The stories served their purpose either way. Tonight, as we explore both Paul Bunyan and Louis Wetzel, we'll try to respect both sides of that line. We'll talk about the historical realities, the logging camps, the frontier settlements, the actual tools and techniques and daily rhythms of life. But we'll also honor the legends, the tall tales, the mythic dimension that made these figures memorable. Because both matter. The facts ground us. They give us context. They help us understand what life was actually like. But the legends, they reveal something deeper. They show us what people needed those stories to be, what meaning they drew from them, what comfort or pride or sense of identity. And for our purposes tonight, as we settle toward sleep, that blurred line is perfect. Because we're not trying to learn history in the academic sense. We're trying to absorb the feeling of these stories, the rhythm, the atmosphere, the slow, patient unfolding that helped people rest in an era before streaming television, before smartphones, before any of the modern distractions that keep our minds buzzing long after our bodies need rest. So let yourself relax into this space, where fact and legend blur together, where the important thing isn't whether something literally happened, but whether it carries you gently, peacefully, towards sleep. Tonight's journey will take us through 2 different versions of the American frontier, 2 different landscapes, 2 different ways of life, but connected by common threads, by shared themes, by the same qualities of endurance and solitude and quiet strength. First, we'll travel north, to the great forests of Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, to the lumber camps where Paul Bunyan's legend was born. These were regions of almost unimaginable abundance, forests so thick, so vast, that they seemed infinite. White pine and red pine, trees 3 feet across, 4 feet, 5 feet, growing so close together that their canopies blocked out the sun. And to these forests came the loggers, thousands of them, men from New England, from Scandinavia, from Germany and Ireland and French Canada, men who came seeking work, seeking opportunity, seeking a place in the young and growing nation. They lived in rough camps, they worked dawn to dusk, they endured brutal winters, and they told stories. Later, after we've spent time in the North Woods, we'll travel south to the Ohio River Valley, to a different kind of frontier. This was borderland, contested territory, where European settlement pushed up against established indigenous communities, where rivers served as highways, where lone cabins were scattered through the forest, miles from the nearest neighbor. This was Louis Wetzel's world, a world of river travel and forest trails, of hunting and trapping, of periodic visits to settlements like Wheeling, followed by long stretches alone in the wilderness. A world where survival depended on intimate knowledge of the land, on patience, on the ability to move quietly and observe carefully and make decisions without the input of others. Two different worlds, but connected. Both required endurance. Both involved long hours of physical work. Both meant living close to the natural world, dependent on its rhythms, shaped by its demands. And both produced stories, legends, figures whose lives, real or imagined, became larger than themselves. As we move through tonight's journey, you'll notice these connections, the same themes appearing in different forms: work and rest, solitude and community, the vast scale of the wilderness, the slow pace of life, the stories told to make sense of it all, and woven through everything, a quality of quietness, of patience, of time moving slowly and naturally, the way it did before electric lights and digital clocks and the modern world's constant urgency. Let yourself sink into that older rhythm now. Feel your breathing slow, your thoughts begin to drift. The journey is just beginning, and there's no hurry, no pressure to stay alert. Just soft words, gentle stories, carrying you deeper into rest. Now, let's turn north, toward the great forests, toward the lumber camps, toward the legend of Paul Bunyan. To understand Paul Bunyan, we must first understand the world that created him. The lumber camps of the upper Midwest, the real places, the real work, the real lives that gave birth to the legend. Picture the state of Michigan in 1870, or Wisconsin, or Minnesota. These were places of extraordinary natural wealth, forests that had been growing for thousands of years, trees that had never been cut, wood in quantities that seemed, to the men who first saw it, impossible to exhaust. The lumber industry transformed these states. Small settlements appeared deep in the woods, rough camps built to house workers through the winter logging season. The camps were simple, bunkhouses, long rectangular buildings with rows of bunks along the walls, a massive stove in the center for heat, a cookhouse where meals were prepared in vast quantities, storage buildings for tools and equipment, stables for the horses and oxen that hauled timber. In the fall, as the weather turned cold, men would arrive at these camps. 50 men, 60, sometimes more. They came for the winter work season. In summer, the woods were too difficult, the ground too soft, rivers too low to float logs. But in winter, when the ground froze, when snow provided smooth surfaces for sleds, that's when the real work happened. The workday began before dawn. Men rose in darkness, ate a quick breakfast of beans and bread and coffee, and headed into the forest. They worked in teams, sawyers, the skilled men who felled the trees, working in pairs with long two-man crosscut saws, swampers, who cleared brush and limbs away from the cutting area, skidders, who attached chains to felled logs and drove teams of horses to drag them to collection points. The work was rhythmic, repetitive, hour after hour of the same motions, the saw going back and forth, the axe rising and falling, the horses straining against their harnesses. Everything moved at the pace of muscle and wood and animal strength, and it was dangerous. Trees fell unpredictably, branches broke, saws could bind and kick back. Men were injured regularly. Some were killed. In the camps, there were always stories of someone who had died, crushed, frozen, drowned during the spring log drives when timber was floated downriver to mills. But despite the danger, despite the hardship, there was also a rhythm to the work that many men found satisfying. It was clear, concrete. You could see what you accomplished. At the end of a day, there were trees down, logs stacked, progress visible and measurable. Evening in the camps was when the stories began. After supper, men would gather in the bunkhouse. Some mended clothes, some sharpened tools, some wrote letters to families back home. But mostly, they talked. They told stories. And slowly, over years of such evenings, the figure of Paul Bunyan took shape. No one person invented Paul Bunyan. He emerged gradually from many different camps, many different tellers. Some say he started as a French-Canadian folk hero. Others say he was purely an American creation. The truth is probably somewhere in between, a blend of traditions, of local heroes and tall tales, of exaggeration and wishful thinking and humor and pride. By the early 1900s, Paul Bunyan's stories were being written down, printed in company pamphlets, shared in newspapers. But even then, the stories varied from place to place. Minnesota loggers told different Bunyan tales than Wisconsin loggers, different details, different adventures, the same basic character, but always adapting to local conditions, local humor, local needs. The camps themselves, the real lumber camps, began to disappear in the early 1900s. Logging became more mechanized. The great forests were depleted. The industry moved west, to the Pacific Northwest, where different conditions led to different methods. The era of the winter logging camp, of crews of men living in isolated bunkhouses, slowly came to an end. But the stories remained. Paul Bunyan, born in those camps, outlived them, became something more than a logging tale, became an American folk hero, a symbol of strength and industry and the transformation of the wilderness. Tonight, as we explore those stories, we'll remember the real world behind them, the cold mornings, the aching muscles, the camaraderie of men working together far from home, the long evenings when tales were told, the forests, so vast they seemed eternal, slowly falling to axes and saws. Let yourself imagine those camps now, the warmth of the bunkhouse stove, the smell of pine smoke and wool drying, the murmur of voices telling tales. Feel yourself settling in among them, listening as the stories begin. Winter in the North Woods was not like winter in other places. It was longer, deeper, more total in its transformation of the world. Snow began falling in October, sometimes earlier, light dustings at first, that melted by afternoon. But gradually, the snow began to stay, to accumulate. By November, the ground was covered. By December, the snow was measured in feet, 2 feet, 3 feet. In some winters, drifts piled higher than a man could reach, and the cold, sharp, brittle cold that made wood crack like gunshots in the night. Cold that froze sap inside trees, that turned rivers to solid ice, that made every breath visible, every movement slow and deliberate. Temperatures dropped to 20 below zero, 30 below, in the worst winters, even colder. The logging camps were buried in this winter world, isolated, cut off. The nearest town might be 20 miles away, 30 miles, 40, and in winter, with snow that deep. There was no easy travel, no running to town for supplies, no leaving if you changed your mind. You were there, in the camp, until spring. This isolation, this being locked in place for months at a time, it created a particular kind of experience. Days blurred together. One week felt like another. The work was the same, the food was the same, the faces around you, the same. Time became elastic, strange, hard to track. In this environment, the evening hours took on enormous importance. After a day of hard labor in bitter cold, the warmth of the bunkhouse was a relief almost beyond description. Men would stamp the snow from their boots, shed their outer layers, and settle onto their bunks. Their muscles ached, their hands were rough, their faces were chapped and windburned, but they were safe, warm, fed, and the evening stretched ahead. This is when the stories came alive, because what else was there to do? There were no books, or very few, no newspapers more than a month old, no entertainment except what the men created themselves. So they talked, they remembered, they invented, and in that long, dark, repetitive winter, exaggeration became a form of play, a way to break the monotony. If someone told a story about cutting down a large tree, the next person would tell about cutting down an even larger one. If someone described a cold morning, the next would describe a morning so cold the words froze in the air and had to be thawed by the stove to be heard. This was the soil from which Paul Bunyan grew. This particular combination of isolation, boredom, physical exhaustion, and the need for something, anything, to make the long winter bearable. Paul Bunyan, in the earliest versions of the tales, was a logger like any other, just bigger, strong enough to do the work of 10 men, patient enough to handle any difficulty. He represented what every logger wished he could be, not superhuman, exactly, but capable, endlessly capable, never overwhelmed, never defeated by the work or the cold or the sheer vastness of the task. As the winters passed, season after season, the stories grew. Paul became larger. His feats became more impossible. He didn't just cut trees. He cleared entire forests. He didn't just survive winter. He welcomed it, thrived in it. The worse the conditions, the better he worked. And Babe, the blue ox, appeared in the stories. Paul's companion, his partner, as large as Paul was large, as strong as Paul was strong. Together, they were unstoppable. These weren't stories that anyone believed literally, but they served a purpose. They turned the grinding, repetitive work of logging into something mythic, something worth talking about. If you were part of the same world that produced Paul Bunyan, then maybe your work mattered too. Maybe your endurance, your survival of these brutal winters, made you part of something larger. The snow would fall, the cold would deepen, the days would shorten, and in the warmth of the bunkhouse, as the stove ticked and settled, men would tell stories, and for a few hours, the hardship felt bearable, even meaningful. Let yourself imagine that warmth now, that sense of shelter from the cold. The murmur of voices in the darkness, the slow drift toward sleep, knowing tomorrow would be the same, but somehow that feeling okay, that feeling right. The winter was long, but the stories made it shorter, made it survivable, made it almost something to remember fondly. For many years, Paul Bunyan stories existed only in spoken form. passed from logger to logger, from camp to camp, changing as they traveled, adapting to whoever was telling them. No one wrote them down. This wasn't unusual. Oral tradition, storytelling without writing, was how most folk tales survived, and the loggers weren't particularly interested in preserving the stories for posterity. They were just entertainment, a way to pass the time. But in 1910, something changed. A man named James McGillivray, working for a lumber company, wrote down some Paul Bunyan tales and published them in a company newsletter. Nothing fancy, just a few stories, meant to amuse the company's employees and clients. These might have been the first printed Paul Bunyan stories, or there might have been earlier ones that have been lost. The historical record is unclear. Oral traditions don't leave clear evidence. They exist in memory, in performance, in the moment of telling. Once that moment passes, they're gone, unless someone writes them down. What we do know is that by the 1910s and 1920s, Paul Bunyan stories were appearing in print more regularly. Advertising agencies picked them up. The Red River Lumber Company used Paul Bunyan in their promotional materials. Other companies followed. The stories were adapted, polished, made more family-friendly. This created an interesting split. The Paul Bunyan of the lumber camps, the oral tradition, continued in one form, rougher, more adult, filled with the actual humor and language of working men. But the printed Paul Bunyan, the commercialized version, became something else, cleaner, more mythic, more deliberately American. Both versions had value. The oral tradition preserved the actual culture of the camps, the humor, the camaraderie, the way men actually talked to each other. The printed version, meanwhile, spread the stories further, made Paul Bunyan a national figure, someone who could represent the entire logging industry, the entire frontier experience, to people who had never set foot in a lumber camp. By the 1930s, Paul Bunyan had become firmly established in American popular culture. Books were written about him, statues were erected, towns claimed to be his birthplace. Even though everyone knew he wasn't real, it didn't matter. He had become, in some sense, more real than any individual logger. He had become an idea, a symbol. But tonight, as we tell these stories, we're trying to reach back past the commercialization, back to those earlier versions, the ones told in bunkhouses, told slowly, told without any particular polish or agenda, just men, tired from work, sharing tales to pass the evening hours, because those original stories, in their oral form, had a quality that's perfect for sleep. They meandered. They repeated themselves. They didn't rush toward any particular conclusion. They just unfolded, naturally, the way conversation unfolds, the way memory works, one thought leading to another, which leads to another, without any real plan or structure. This is the rhythm we're following tonight, not the sharp, edited, commercial version of Paul Bunyan, but the older rhythm, the campfire rhythm, the rhythm of tired men talking as the night deepens and sleep comes closer. Let yourself relax into that rhythm now. There's no quiz at the end, no test, just stories flowing one into another, carrying you gently into rest. There's something interesting about the fact that loggers, men who worked with their hands and bodies, chose a giant as their representative figure, not a clever man, not a lucky man, not even a particularly heroic man in the traditional sense, but simply a very large man, a man of extraordinary size and strength. This tells us something about how loggers saw their work, about what they valued, about what they wished they had more of. Logging was, above all else, a test of endurance. You had to be strong, yes, but more than that, you had to be able to continue, day after day, week after week, through the entire winter season. You had to keep showing up, keep working, keep pushing through exhaustion and cold and the endless repetitive nature of the labor. Cleverness didn't help much in this context. You couldn't think your way out of a 12-hour day of sawing. You couldn't outsmart a tree. You just had to do the work. Keep the saw moving. Keep the axe swinging. Keep going. So Paul Bunyan, in his essential nature, represented endurance, capacity, the ability to continue. He was big enough, strong enough, patient enough to handle any amount of work. No task overwhelmed him. No day was too long. No winter was too hard. And there's something comforting about that. If you're facing a task that feels impossible, if you're staring at a forest so vast you can't imagine clearing it, then the idea of Paul Bunyan makes the work feel manageable. Because if Paul could do it, if this mythic figure could face the same challenges and succeed, then maybe you can too. Maybe the work you're doing, even though it feels overwhelming, is actually possible, actually survivable. The giant in folk tales often represents forces larger than individual human beings, natural forces, historical forces, things that can't be controlled or defeated by one person alone. But Paul Bunyan is different. He's a giant who works, who labors, who participates in the same basic activities as ordinary men. He's not terrifying. He's not an enemy. He's on your side, doing the same work, just better at it. This made him accessible, relatable. Yes, he was impossibly large. Yes, his feats were exaggerated beyond any reality. But fundamentally, he was a logger, like the men telling the stories. He understood the work, the challenges, the satisfaction of a job well done, the bone-deep exhaustion at the end of a long day. And he had Babe, the blue ox, a companion, because even a giant needs companionship. Even someone as strong and capable as Paul Bunyan couldn't do everything alone. Babe represented partnership, the importance of working together, the way animals and humans collaborated in frontier life, the oxen pulling the sleds, the horses hauling logs, the relationships between workers and animals, between men and the natural world they were transforming. Together, Paul and Babe represented an ideal, not of domination exactly, not of conquest, but of capacity, of being equal to the task, of having enough strength, enough endurance, enough partnership to do what needed to be done. The loggers who created these stories weren't fooling themselves. They knew they weren't giants. They knew the work was hard. Many of them were injured. Some died. The forests didn't fall easily. Progress was slow, measured in feet and yards rather than miles. But the stories gave them something to aspire to, something to imagine. On the hardest days, when your back ached and your hands were bleeding and the cold cut through every layer of clothing, you could think of Paul Bunyan. You could imagine being that strong, that capable, that undefeatable, and somehow that made the next cut with the saw possible, the next swing of the axe, the next hour of work. The giant represented what they needed to be. And by telling stories about him, by making him real in their shared imagination, They became a little more like him, a little stronger, a little more capable of enduring. Let that strength settle into you now, not the strength of striving, but the strength of endurance, of patience, of continuing. Feel yourself becoming heavier, more solid, more at rest, like Paul Bunyan at the end of a long day, work done, ready for sleep, content. To understand the work Paul Bunyan represented, we need to understand the tools, the actual implements that loggers used, the weight of them, the feel of them, the rhythm of using them. The axe, of course, is the most iconic. A felling axe, the kind used to cut down trees, was a serious tool. The head might weigh 4 or 5 pounds. The handle, the haft, was 3 feet long, made of hickory or ash, shaped to fit the hands just so, swinging an axe properly. It wasn't about pure strength. It was about rhythm, about letting the weight of the head do the work. You'd raise it over your shoulder, let it swing down in an arc, the blade biting into the wood, chip by chip, cut by cut, working your way through the trunk. A skilled axeman could fell a tree in a surprisingly short time, but skill took years to develop. You had to learn to read the wood, to see where the tree wanted to fall, to understand the balance, the tension in the trunk. A mistake could get you killed. Trees were unpredictable, heavy, powerful even as they fell. Then there was the crosscut saw, a 2-man saw, 6 feet long, 8 feet. The blade had large teeth, designed to cut through green wood. 2 men would stand on opposite sides of a tree, each holding one handle. They'd pull the saw back and forth, back and forth. One man pulling, the other letting the saw glide back. Never pushing, just pulling. Let the saw do the work. This created a rhythm between the 2 men, almost like breathing. Pull, release, pull, release. For minutes, for hours. Your arms burning, your back aching, but the rhythm continuing. The saw cutting deeper, sawdust falling in steady streams. It was hypnotic work. The kind of work where your mind could drift. You'd think about other things, remember other times, tell stories to your partner. The saw kept moving, the cut kept deepening, and eventually the tree would begin to crack, to lean, to fall. Other tools populated the camps. The peavey, a long pole with a spike and a hinged hook, used to roll and position logs. The cant hook, the measuring chains, the wedges driven into cuts to control how trees fell. Each tool had its purpose, its proper use, its own rhythm and technique. In the Paul Bunyan stories, these tools became exaggerated. Paul's axe was impossibly large, impossibly sharp. He could fell a tree with a single swing. His saw cut through a whole forest in a day. The tools became magical, mythic, but underneath the exaggeration, there was respect for the real tools, for the men who used them skillfully. The stories acknowledged that this was skilled work, dangerous work, work that required knowledge and practice and strength and endurance. A logger's relationship with his tools was intimate, personal. A good axe, properly maintained, properly sharpened, was treasured. Men would spend their evenings working on their tools, filing the saw teeth, honing the axe blade, oiling the handles. This wasn't just maintenance, it was meditation, a way to wind down from the day. A quiet activity that required attention, but not too much thought. And there was satisfaction in having good tools, in knowing they were ready, in the smooth pull of a well-filed saw, the clean bite of a sharp axe. These small perfections, in the midst of hard work, mattered. Paul Bunyan's tools, in the stories, were always perfect, always ready, never dull, never broken. This was part of the fantasy, that everything would always work, that the tools would never fail, that the only limit was the worker's strength and will. But real loggers knew better. They knew tools broke, handles split, blades dulled. Nothing stayed perfect. Everything required maintenance, attention, care. And maybe, in some way, that was part of the comfort of the Paul Bunyan stories. For a few minutes, while the tale was being told, you could imagine a world where everything worked perfectly, where tools never failed, where the work, while still hard, was at least free from the frustration of broken equipment and dull blades. Let yourself relax into that imaginary perfection now, where everything works as it should, where effort leads reliably to results, where the rhythms of work are smooth and uninterrupted. Feel your breathing falling into a steady pattern, like the pull of a saw, like the swing of an axe, steady, reliable, restful. In almost every Paul Bunyan story, Babe the Blue Ox appears, Paul's companion, his partner, his friend. And this detail, more than almost anything else in the Paul Bunyan legend, reveals something important about the emotional world of the lumber camps. Isolation was real on the frontier. Even in a camp full of men, there was loneliness. You were far from family, from home, from anyone who knew you before you became a logger. The work was hard, the conditions were harsh, and the men around you, while they might become friends, were also temporary. Come spring, everyone scattered. Next winter, new faces appeared. Nothing was permanent. In this environment, the relationship between a man and his animals took on special significance. The horses that pulled the sleds, the oxen that dragged the logs, these weren't just tools. They were companions, presence, something warm and alive in the cold isolation of the winter woods. A good teamster, a man who handled the horses or oxen, developed real relationships with his animals. He learned their temperaments, their moods, which one was stubborn, which one was reliable, which one needed encouragement, which one needed a firm hand. And the animals, in turn, seemed to understand the work. They knew when to pull, when to wait, when a log was too heavy. They participated, not as machines, but as partners in the labor. Babe the Blue Ox, in the Paul Bunyan stories, represented this partnership elevated to mythic proportions. Babe was impossibly large, like Paul, impossibly strong, but more than that, Babe was impossibly loyal, impossibly understanding, the perfect companion. In the stories, Paul and Babe communicated without words. Babe knew what Paul needed. Paul understood Babe. They worked together seamlessly. No frustration, no miscommunication, just perfect partnership. This was, of course, fantasy. Real animals were more complicated. They had good days and bad days. They got sick. They got injured. They were stubborn or frightened or exhausted. Working with animals was, like all relationships, a mixture of joy and frustration, but the fantasy mattered because it represented what people wished for, not just in their relationships with animals, but in all their relationships. Understanding without words, partnership without conflict, loyalty that never wavered. And there was something about Babe being an ox rather than a horse that added to the symbolism. Oxen were slower than horses, more patient, less temperamental. They were animals of steady endurance rather than speed or flash. They could pull enormous loads, but they did it slowly, methodically, without complaint. This matched Paul's character. He wasn't fast, he wasn't clever, he was steady, strong, patient. And Babe, his partner, embodied the same qualities. Together, they represented an ideal of work, not frantic, not rushed, but steady, reliable, continuing day after day, getting the job done not through brilliance or speed, but through showing up, doing the work, enduring. The blue color of Babe, in some versions of the story, came from being born during a winter so cold that the ox turned blue and never returned to normal coloring. This impossible detail, this absurd explanation, was part of the charm. It reminded listeners that these were tall tales, exaggerations, not to be taken literally, but also, in some strange way, it made Babe more memorable, more distinctive. The blue ox, impossible to forget. In the camps, men missed companionship. They missed their families, their dogs, their homes, the animals they worked with, the horses and oxen, provided some comfort, some connection to something warm and alive, something that depended on them and that they could depend on. Babe represented this comfort amplified, a companion who would never leave, never betray, never fail, always there, always loyal, always ready to work. And at the end of a long day, in the stories, Paul would tend to Babe, make sure the ox was fed and comfortable. This wasn't just practical, it was caring, it was relationship. Even a giant, even someone as strong as Paul Bunyan, needed someone to care for, someone whose well-being mattered. Let yourself feel that companionship now, that sense of not being alone, of having something steady and reliable beside you. Feel yourself settling, like an animal settling for the night, safe, warm, content, ready for rest. One of the fascinating things about Paul Bunyan is that he was never just one story, never one fixed version. As the tales spread from camp to camp, from state to state, they changed, adapted, took on local color and local concerns. In Minnesota, where some of the earliest Paul Bunyan stories emerged, the tales often focused on the lakes. Minnesota is a land of lakes, thousands of them, 10,000 lakes, or so the license plates claim. And in the Paul Bunyan stories, these lakes were explained as the footprints of Babe the blue ox. Everywhere the giant ox stepped, water filled the depression, creating the landscape itself. This is a common pattern in folklore, using mythic figures to explain natural features. Why is there a particular mountain? Because a giant placed it there. Why does this river bend in that direction? Because a hero redirected it. The stories help people feel connected to the landscape, give it meaning and history beyond just geology. In Wisconsin, the Paul Bunyan stories took on different details. Wisconsin had its own logging culture, its own camps, its own local heroes and traditions. The Paul Bunyan that emerged in Wisconsin stories was, in subtle ways, a Wisconsin logger. He dealt with Wisconsin weather, Wisconsin trees, Wisconsin rivers. The same was true in Michigan. Michigan's logging industry focused heavily on white pine. The great white pine forests of Michigan were among the richest in the nation, and Michigan's Paul Bunyan stories naturally emphasized pine, the smell of it, the grain of it, the particular challenges of working with it. These regional variations weren't contradictions. They were features of oral tradition. Stories adapt to their tellers, to their audiences, to their contexts. A story that resonated in Minnesota might need adjustment to work in Michigan. Different jokes, different references, different local landmarks, and the storytellers themselves, the loggers who kept these tales alive. They understood this fluidity. They didn't worry about canonical versions, about getting the details right. The point wasn't accuracy, the point was connection, entertainment, making sense of their own experience through the framework of this mythic figure. Some versions of the Paul Bunyan stories included other characters: Johnny Inkslinger, the camp clerk, who handled the paperwork and kept the accounts, appearing sometimes as a dedicated worker, sometimes as a comic figure, always as someone dealing with the impossible logistics of Paul's giant operations. Or Sourdough Sam, the cook, who had to prepare meals for Paul's enormous appetite. How do you feed a giant? With giant portions, of course. Flapjacks the size of wagon wheels, coffee made in vats, everything scaled up to impossible proportions. These supporting characters added texture to the world. They made Paul's camp feel more real, more populated. They provided opportunities for different kinds of stories, comic misadventures, problems that required cleverness rather than just strength, variety within the overall framework. But through all the regional variations, all the different characters and details, certain core elements remained constant. Paul was large, strong, patient, good at his work. He had Babe. He faced the wilderness and transformed it. And his stories were told slowly, in the evening, when the work was done. This is the version we're following tonight. Not any particular regional variant, but the underlying pattern, the rhythm that made these stories work as bedtime tales, as ways to wind down from the day, as bridges between waking and sleeping. Let your mind wander through these different versions, different forests, different lakes, different camps, all telling variations of the same essential story, all serving the same essential purpose: to entertain, to make meaning, to ease the transition into rest. In many modern retellings of Paul Bunyan stories, especially those aimed at children, Paul is presented as loud, boisterous, constantly laughing and shouting and making his presence known. But this isn't how the earliest stories portrayed him, and it's not the version that works best for sleep. The original Paul Bunyan, the one that emerged in the lumber camps, was actually a fairly quiet figure, not in the sense of being shy or withdrawn, but in the sense of being steady, calm, not needing to prove himself, not seeking attention. Think about the actual work of logging. It wasn't work that benefited from shouting or drama. It required concentration, coordination, awareness of your surroundings. A tree falling was dangerous. Men working with axes and saws needed to focus. Noise was often a problem rather than an asset. Good loggers were quiet. They communicated when necessary. They warned each other of dangers, but mostly they just worked. The rhythm of the saw, the thunk of the axe, the creak and crack of a tree beginning to fall. These sounds told the story. Human voices were relatively sparse. Paul Bunyan, as a representation of the ideal logger, embodied this quiet competence. He didn't need to announce his accomplishments. His work spoke for itself. A forest cleared, a job completed, logs stacked and ready for transport. And there was something comforting about this, something reassuring. A giant who was quiet, who didn't dominate through volume or aggression, who was simply there, working, getting things done, not making a fuss about it. This is the Paul Bunyan we're imagining tonight. Not the cartoon character, not the commercial mascot, but the original figure, the one who moved through the forest with quiet confidence, who understood that the work itself was enough, that you didn't need to be loud to be capable. In the evening, when the stories were told, Paul was described as someone who would sit by the fire, listen to others, maybe share a thought or two, but mostly just present, solid, reliable. The kind of presence that made others feel safe. This quality, this quiet steadiness, is perfect for sleep. Because what we need at night is not stimulation, not excitement, not drama. We need calm. We need the sense that everything is under control, that we're safe, that we can let go of the day and rest. Paul Bunyan, reimagined as a calm, quiet figure, provides this. He's strong enough to handle any problem, capable enough to manage any challenge. But he doesn't need to demonstrate this constantly. He simply is, and that's enough. Think of him now as a gentle presence, standing at the edge of the forest, watching over the camp, not interfering, not demanding attention, just there, steady, calm, a reassuring figure as the night deepens. In some versions of the stories, Paul would walk through the camp at night, making sure everything was secure, that the fires were banked safely, that the animals were settled, that the men were resting well, not as a guard, exactly, not as an authority figure, but as someone who cared, who took responsibility seriously. And then he would settle himself, find a place to rest. Even a giant needs sleep. Even someone as strong as Paul Bunyan recognizes the value of rest, the necessity of letting the body recover, of giving the mind permission to stop working. This is what the stories are telling us, that rest isn't weakness, that taking time to sleep, to truly sleep, is part of what makes continued work possible. Paul was strong because he rested well, because he understood the rhythm of work and rest, of effort and recovery. Let that permission settle into you now, the permission to rest, to stop monitoring, to let go of the day. Paul Bunyan, in his quiet strength, is watching over things. You don't need to. You can sleep deeply, peacefully, without worry. Picture a lumber camp on a January evening. The year is maybe 1890, maybe 1900. The exact date doesn't matter. The experience is the same. Outside, the temperature is well below zero, the kind of cold that makes the air itself feel solid, sharp, dangerous. The snow is deep, 4 feet, 5 feet, drifted higher in places. The trees stand black against the snow, silent. The sun set hours ago. By 4 o'clock, it was dark, but inside the bunkhouse, there's warmth. A massive cast-iron stove dominates the center of the room. It's been burning all evening, fed with wood from the forest outside, the wood that will eventually become lumber, but for now becomes heat, light, life. The men are arranged around the room, some sitting on their bunks, some on rough benches, some leaning against the walls. They're still wearing their work clothes, wool trousers, flannel shirts, suspenders. Their boots, which were crusted with ice and snow, have been removed, lined up near the stove to dry. The smell in the bunkhouse is particular: wood smoke, damp wool, sweat, coffee, tobacco, not unpleasant. Exactly, just thick, human, the smell of men living in close quarters. Someone is playing a harmonica, simple tunes, folk songs, nothing fancy, just melody wandering through the air. Others are mending clothes, darning socks, sharpening knives, small maintenance tasks that can be done while sitting, while talking. The conversation has been meandering for an hour or more. Talk about the day's work, about a tree that nearly fell the wrong way, about the cook's stew, about a letter someone received from home, about nothing in particular, and then, almost without anyone noticing exactly when it starts, a story begins. Maybe someone says, "You know, I heard once about a logger up north." Or, "Did I ever tell you about the time?" Or maybe just, "Speaking of big trees, reminds me of Paul Bunyan." And the room shifts. Subtly, people settle in more comfortably. The conversations quiet down, not silence, but a softer kind of attention. The kind that lets one voice become dominant without demanding it. The storyteller doesn't stand up, doesn't perform, just talks, from wherever he's sitting, his voice rising just enough to carry across the room, but not shouting, not forcing, just telling. Paul Bunyan. Now there was a logger. Some of you might have heard of him, some might not. Depends on which camps you've worked. But up in Minnesota, where I logged before coming here, everyone knew the stories. And he would begin. Maybe with a familiar tale, maybe with a new one, maybe with a version that combined elements from different stories he'd heard. The details didn't need to be consistent. That wasn't the point. The point was the rhythm, the pacing, the slow unfolding of the tale. Paul did this, then he did that. And Babe was there, and the trees fell, and the logs were hauled, and something impossible happened, but told in such a matter-of-fact way that it almost seemed believable. Other men would occasionally interject. "I heard it was bigger than that," or "in the version I know," or just a laugh at a particularly absurd detail. The story was collaborative, belonging to everyone in the room, being shaped by their collective memory and imagination. As the story continued, men would drift, their eyes would half close, they'd still be listening, but also not listening, the words becoming background, texture, a presence that filled the space and made it safe to relax. The fire in the stove would tick and settle, the harmonica would start up again quietly. Someone would get up to add more wood to the stove. The routine of the evening continuing around the story, not disrupting it, just coexisting. And when the story ended, there might be a moment of quiet, of appreciation, and then someone else might start another story, or the conversation might shift to something else, or gradually, one by one, men would settle into their bunks, pull up their blankets, close their eyes. The bunkhouse would grow quieter, the conversations softer, until eventually only a few voices remained. And then those too would fade, and the room would be filled with the sounds of sleeping men, breathing, the occasional snore, the crackle of the fire, the wind outside. This was the setting for Paul Bunyan stories. Not a stage, not a performance hall, just tired men, a warm room, the slow drift towards sleep, and stories that matched that drift. That didn't fight it. That helped it along. Let yourself be in that room now. Feel the warmth of the stove, the weight of the wool blanket, the solid presence of others nearby, the story washing over you, carrying you gently, naturally, into sleep. If you look at many folk heroes and legends, especially American ones, they're often defined by conflict, by battles fought and enemies defeated. The heroes are warriors, fighters, men who proved themselves through violence or competition. But Paul Bunyan is different. In the traditional stories, the ones told in the lumber camps, Paul rarely has enemies. There are no villains he defeats, no evil forces he battles. The stories aren't about conflict at all. They're about work. This is unusual and meaningful. The logging camps, as harsh as they were, weren't primarily places of conflict. Yes, there were occasional fights between men. Yes, there were dangers from the work itself, but mostly the camps were places of labor, of men working together toward a common goal, of cooperation rather than competition. Every logger depended on every other logger. The sawyers needed the swampers to clear brush. The swampers needed the sawyers to fell the trees. The skidders needed both. The cooks needed everyone to bring in the wood to fuel the kitchen stoves. It was all interconnected, all cooperative. Paul Bunyan, as a figure who embodied this world, naturally focused on work rather than conflict. His challenge wasn't defeating an enemy, it was getting the job done. Clearing the forest, moving the logs, completing the task. And he did this not through combat, but through labor, through showing up every day and working. This makes the Paul Bunyan stories fundamentally different in character from many other folk tales. They're calmer, steadier, less dramatic in the traditional sense, and this makes them perfect for bedtime, for winding down, for letting go of the tension and conflict of the day. When Paul faced an obstacle, it wasn't an evil villain. It was something practical, a log jam in a river that needed to be cleared, a winter so cold that the usual methods didn't work, a forest so thick that new techniques were required. Problems, but not enemies. Challenges, but not battles. And Paul solved these problems through ingenuity sometimes, but mostly through persistence, through simply applying himself to the task until it was done. This is what work is, not one moment of heroic effort, but sustained application over time, hour after hour, day after day. The loggers who told these stories understood this deeply. They knew that logging wasn't about dramatic moments. It was about showing up, doing the work, enduring. And so their hero, their representative figure, embodied these qualities. Paul Bunyan never got frustrated in the stories, never gave up, never complained. He just worked. Steadily, reliably, the way a good logger worked, the way every logger hoped he could work, without drama, without fuss, just getting it done. This created a particular tone to the stories, a tone of competence, of control, of things being manageable. Even when the tasks were impossibly large, even when the challenges were absurd, Paul's approach remained the same: steady work, patient effort, continuing. And at night, when the stories were told, this tone was exactly what tired men needed to hear. Not excitement, not danger, not more conflict to worry about, just the reassurance that work could be done, that challenges could be met. That steady effort led to results. The world of the Paul Bunyan stories was, in some fundamental way, orderly, comprehensible, fair. If you worked hard enough, things got done. If you were patient enough, problems were solved. This wasn't always true in real life. Real loggers knew that. But in the stories, in the brief escape of storytelling, it could be true, and that was comforting. Let that comfort settle into you now, the sense that things are manageable, that work, when done steadily and patiently, leads to results, that you don't need to fight or struggle or stress. Just continue, breathe, rest. Let tomorrow's work wait for tomorrow. For now, there's only rest. Though Paul Bunyan was one figure, one giant individual, he actually represented something collective, something larger than any single person. He represented the combined effort of all the loggers, all the work, all the transformation of the wilderness into something else. No single logger could clear a forest. The task was too large, too overwhelming. It required hundreds of men, thousands of hours, season after season of sustained effort. Individual achievement, while valued, was always part of a larger collective enterprise. Paul Bunyan, in this sense, was a way of imagining that collective effort as a single entity, as something coherent and comprehensible. When someone said, "Paul Bunyan cleared the North Woods," they weren't really talking about one man. They were talking about the entire logging industry, all the camps, all the workers, all the years of labor, condensed into a single mythic figure. This is similar to how we sometimes speak about large collective efforts today. We say things like, "America built the interstate highway system," or "the generation that won World War II." We know, of course, that these were massive collective efforts involving millions of people. But it's easier to think about them, to talk about them, to make sense of them, by treating them as single entities. Paul Bunyan served this function for the logging industry. He let workers, who were just small parts of an enormous operation, imagine themselves as part of something legendary. When you were sawing logs, you weren't just one man doing one small task. You were participating in the work of Paul Bunyan. Your effort connected to something larger, something memorable, something that would be talked about for generations. This gave dignity to the work, made it feel meaningful. A single day of logging in isolation might feel pointless, repetitive, just hours of back-breaking labor for modest pay. But as part of the Paul Bunyan legend, as part of this mythic transformation of the wilderness, it became something more, something worth doing, worth enduring. The other loggers in the camp, they were like you, part of the same collective effort, Paul and his crew. The stories sometimes mentioned other loggers working alongside Paul, not equals to him perhaps, but part of his team, necessary, valued, their work contributing to the overall achievement. This reflected the reality of camp life. You weren't alone. You were part of a crew, a team. Your work mattered because it connected to everyone else's work. The man sawing trees needed the man clearing brush, needed the man driving the horse team, needed the man cooking the meals, needed the man maintaining the tools, all of it interlocked, all of it necessary. Paul Bunyan, as a symbol, held all of this together, made it visible, made it something you could talk about, could take pride in, could identify with. and at night, when the stories were told. This sense of collective identity strengthened. You weren't just listening to entertainment. You were participating in the creation and maintenance of a shared mythology, a way of understanding who you were and what you were doing. A logger, part of Paul Bunyan's tradition, part of something larger than yourself. This is one reason the stories were so important, why they were told and retold, why they evolved and spread. They weren't just passing time. They were creating meaning, building identity, giving workers a way to understand their place in the larger story of America's development. The wilderness was being transformed. Forests were falling. Towns were being built. The nation was expanding. And you, the individual logger, were part of that. Your work mattered. Your effort contributed. You were, in a sense, Paul Bunyan, or at least part of what Paul Bunyan represented. Let yourself feel part of something larger now, part of this long history. These stories told for over a century, these forests, these camps, these millions of workers, whose names are forgotten, but whose collective effort changed the landscape. Feel yourself connected to all of that, part of an ongoing story, resting now as countless others have rested, at the end of a long day. The Paul Bunyan stories, as they were first told in the 1880s and 1890s, emerged from a particular kind of logging, a particular era. But as America changed, as the industry changed, the stories changed too, adapted, evolved. Early logging was relatively small scale, a crew of men, some horses or oxen, hand tools. Yes, the work was hard. Yes, forests were cleared, but the pace was, by modern standards, slow, measured by the capabilities of men and animals, by the rhythm of seasons. A logger in 1890 would have recognized most of the tools his grandfather used: the axe, the saw, the peavey. The techniques were passed down, traditional, proven over time. Change happened, but gradually, almost imperceptibly. But by the early 1900s, things were shifting. Steam power arrived in the woods, steam donkeys, mechanical winches powered by steam engines, could haul logs that no team of horses could move. Railroads pushed deeper into the forests. Logs that once had to be floated down rivers, waiting for spring floods, could now be loaded on flat cars and shipped year-round. The scale increased, the speed increased, individual camps grew larger, companies grew larger. The intimate world of 50 men in a winter camp, while it still existed, was becoming less central, less representative of the industry as a whole. And the Paul Bunyan stories, reflecting this change, began to emphasize scale even more than before. Paul's feats became larger, more impossible, more about sheer magnitude. If early stories had Paul cutting down a particularly large tree, later stories had him clearing entire states. If early stories had Babe pulling heavy loads, later stories had Babe dragging entire forests. This wasn't just exaggeration for its own sake. It was the stories trying to keep pace with the actual changes in logging, trying to maintain their relevance. If the real industry was becoming more mechanized, more industrial, more overwhelming in scale, then Paul needed to grow too, to remain, in some sense, larger than the reality. By the 1910s and 1920s, when Paul Bunyan stories were being printed and commercialized, they had taken on a different character. They were less about the daily experience of logging, less about the intimate details of camp life, and more about American mythology. about the conquest of the wilderness, about progress and industry and national identity. This version of Paul Bunyan, the commercialized version, spread widely, became famous, but it also, in some ways, lost touch with its origins. The Paul Bunyan of advertising posters and children's books was a different figure from the Paul Bunyan of the 1890s bunkhouse. Brighter, more cheerful, more deliberately heroic. The original Paul, the one we're trying to connect with tonight, was quieter, more grounded in actual work, less a symbol of progress and more a symbol of endurance, of patient labor, of the daily grind of logging life. But even as the stories changed, even as they adapted to new contexts and new audiences, certain core elements remained. Paul was strong, he worked hard, he had babe, he faced challenges and overcame them through sustained effort. These basics, these essential qualities, persisted, and at night, even as the industry changed, even as the world changed, the stories still served a similar function. They helped people rest, helped them process the day, helped them feel connected to something larger than themselves. The lumber camps of 1920 were different from the camps of 1890, but tired loggers still needed stories, still needed the comfort of familiar tales, still needed something to help them transition from the exhaustion of the workday into the rest of sleep. This is why the stories survived, why they adapted, why they spread beyond the logging camps into broader American culture, because they served a need. A human need for story, for myth, for ways of making sense of work and effort and change. Tonight, as you listen, you're part of that long tradition, the tradition of using stories to ease into rest, to let go of the day, to find comfort in familiar narratives and rhythms. The details may have changed over the decades, but the essential purpose, the essential function, remains the same. Let yourself relax into that continuity, that long history of stories told at night, of people finding comfort in tales of strength and endurance, of the gentle transition from waking to sleeping. You're not alone in this. You're part of something that has helped countless people across more than a century find rest. One of the interesting things about Paul Bunyan is that he never changes, never ages, never becomes less capable. In story after story, decade after decade, he remains the same, forever in his prime, forever at peak strength. This is characteristic of mythic figures. Gods don't age. Heroes in legends remain eternally youthful. Time passes around them, but they themselves are outside of time, unchanging, permanent. But Paul Bunyan isn't a god. He's not even, technically, a hero in the traditional sense. He's a worker, a logger, and real loggers aged. Their bodies wore down. The work was hard on joints, on backs, on hands. A logger in his 20s was strong and resilient. By his 40s, he was often injured, worn, moving more slowly. This was the reality, the harshness of logging life, the toll it took on bodies. Many men didn't last long in the profession. They worked a few seasons, made some money, and moved on to something less physically demanding. The ones who stayed, the career loggers, bore the marks of their work. Scars, missing fingers, permanent limps. But Paul, in the stories, never showed these marks, never slowed down, never had a bad day. never woke up with his back aching so badly he could barely move. He remained always capable, ready, strong. This unchanging quality served an important psychological function. Paul represented an ideal, a standard, something to aspire to, and ideals, by their nature, don't change, don't degrade. They remain fixed, stable, always available as a point of reference. Real loggers knew they would age, knew their bodies would eventually fail them, knew that the work that felt manageable at 20 might feel impossible at 40. But Paul, in existing outside of this progression, offered a kind of comfort, a reminder of what strength and capability felt like. A touchstone they could return to in memory. And there was something else. Paul's unchanging nature meant that the stories themselves were stable, reliable. When you told a Paul Bunyan story, when you heard one, you knew what you were getting, the same basic character, the same basic qualities. This predictability was, in its own way, comforting. Life in the logging camps was unpredictable. Injuries happened without warning. Trees fell wrong. Weather turned bad. Work was inconsistent. Some seasons were good, others were poor. You never knew what was coming, but Paul Bunyan's stories, those were consistent, reliable. You could count on them being the same. And in a world of uncertainty, this reliability mattered. It created a small island of stability, of predictability, of comfort. The fact that Paul never aged also meant that the stories never had to end. There was no final chapter, no retirement, no death. The stories could continue indefinitely. New tales could always be added, new adventures, new explanations for landscape features, new demonstrations of strength and capability. This open-ended quality, this sense that there was always more to tell, matched the rhythm of camp life. Night after night, stories were told, and Paul was always there, always available, always ready to be brought out again. A reliable presence in the evening darkness. In some ways, Paul's unchanging nature reflected the cyclical nature of logging itself. Every year, the same rhythm. Fall. Men arrive at camp. Winter. They work. Spring. They leave. The next fall, they're back. Different men sometimes, but the same basic pattern, the same work, the same challenges. Paul, as a figure outside of linear time, embodied this cyclical quality. He didn't progress through a life story. He simply existed, ready for whatever task the storyteller needed him to accomplish, ready to be the same comforting presence, year after year, generation after generation. And tonight, more than a century after the first Paul Bunyan stories were told, he remains the same, still strong, still capable, still patient and steady and reliable. Time has passed. The world has changed completely, but Paul, in the stories, is unchanged. This is the gift of myth, of legend, of stories that exist outside of normal time. They remain available, always present, always ready to provide the same comfort, the same reassurance, the same gentle transition into rest. Close your eyes now and picture him, Paul Bunyan, not aged, not changed, still there, still steady, still embodying strength and patience and the ability to face any challenge. Let that unchanging presence be a comfort, a stability, a fixed point in a changing world. And let yourself, in the presence of that stability, finally, truly rest. In most of the stories, Paul Bunyan moved slowly. This might seem strange. He was a giant, impossibly large, impossibly strong. You might expect speed, dramatic action, rushing from place to place, but the tales don't describe him that way. When Paul walked through the forest, he walked deliberately, carefully, watching where he stepped, aware of his size, aware that careless movement could damage things. This reflected the reality of work in the woods. Logging wasn't fast, couldn't be fast. Trees were massive, heavy, dangerous. Everything had to be done with care, with attention. Rush, and people died. Rush, and equipment broke. Rush, and the wood was damaged, wasted. Good loggers moved purposefully, not frantically. They understood that steady, careful work got more done than frantic rushing. The saw moved at its own pace. The tree fell when it was ready. The horse team pulled steadily, not in sudden bursts. Paul, as the ideal logger, embodied this patient approach. When he walked to the next work site, he walked. He didn't run, didn't hurry. There was no need. The work would be there when he arrived, and he would do it, methodically, completely, at the pace that made sense. Picture him now, Paul Bunyan, moving through the forest, each step covering ground. Yes, but not rushed. His massive form moving between the trees, his eyes scanning ahead, noting the terrain, planning the work, thinking about which trees to take, which to leave, how to approach the task. Babe walking beside him, the blue ox also moving slowly, patiently, in rhythm with Paul. The two of them synchronized, not through commands, but through familiarity, through long partnership, through understanding. The forest around them is quiet, the kind of quiet that only deep wilderness has. No human sounds except their own footsteps, the crunch of snow, the creak of leather harness, the occasional huff of Babe's breath in the cold air, birds occasionally, the whisper of wind through pine branches, the distant crack of a tree, somewhere, falling naturally, or not falling, just the forest settling, adjusting, being itself. Paul and Babe move through this landscape as part of it, not conquering it, exactly, not dominating it, just present in it, part of its rhythms, its patterns. They belong here, in the forest, in the cold, in the vast quietness. When Paul stops to examine a tree, he stops completely, stands still, places a hand on the bark, feels the grain, judges the wood, decides if this is the right tree, if the timing is right, if the fall will be clean and safe. This isn't hesitation, it's attention. The kind of attention that good work requires, the kind of care that separates skilled labor from mere effort. And then, decision made, Paul begins. The axe rises, not quickly, not violently, just rising, smoothly, under control, and falls, biting into the wood, chip flying, then rising again, and falling again. A rhythm, steady, inevitable, the tree responding, gradually, to this sustained attention. The work takes time. Paul doesn't try to rush it, doesn't try to fell the tree in one blow, even though the stories sometimes claim he could. In the best versions, the ones that ring truest, Paul works methodically, swing after swing, cut after cut, letting the work unfold at its natural pace. This is what the forest demands, what the trees demand, what the work itself demands: patience, attention, respect for the scale of what you're doing. And there's something deeply calming about this image, about Paul moving slowly, working patiently, not forcing, not rushing, just continuing, steady, reliable, getting it done through sustained effort rather than dramatic bursts. In our modern world, we often glorify speed, efficiency, getting things done quickly. But there's another kind of strength, the strength of patience, of sustained attention, of working at the pace the work demands rather than the pace we wish it would go. Paul Bunyan, moving slowly through the forest, working steadily through the day, represents this other kind of strength. And tonight, as you listen, as you feel yourself settling deeper into rest, let yourself move at Paul's pace, slowly, patiently, without rush, without urgency. Feel your breathing slow, your thoughts slow, your body settling, like Paul at the end of the day. Work done, no rush, just the natural, gradual, gentle transition into rest. One breath, then another, slow, steady, patient, moving at exactly the right pace. Many Paul Bunyan stories, especially the regional ones, were about explaining the landscape, about giving mythic origins to natural features. This is a very old human impulse, older than writing, older than civilization, the impulse to tell stories about how the world came to be. In Minnesota, as we mentioned earlier, the lakes were said to be babes' footprints. Everywhere the great blue ox stepped, water filled the depression. This explained, in a simple and memorable way, why Minnesota had so many lakes, why they were scattered across the landscape in no particular pattern, because Babe walked where Babe walked, and where Babe stepped, lakes appeared. The story isn't true, of course. The lakes were formed by glaciers, by the retreat of ice sheets 10,000 years ago, by complex geological processes, but Babe's footprints is easier to remember, more fun, more human in scale, even though Babe was hardly human-sized. In other regions, other features were attributed to Paul. The Grand Canyon, in some versions, was created when Paul dragged his axe behind him while walking. The Great Lakes were Babe's watering holes. The Rocky Mountains were rocks Paul piled up while clearing land. These explanations were, clearly, not meant to be taken seriously. Everyone knew the Grand Canyon existed long before Paul Bunyan's stories were invented, but the stories weren't about literal truth. They were about claiming the landscape, making it familiar, giving it American mythology. European settlers, coming to this continent, encountered landscapes that were, to them, entirely new. Mountains they had no stories about, rivers with no history, forests that felt alien and overwhelming. The indigenous peoples had their own stories about these places, stories that went back thousands of years. But the settlers didn't know those stories, couldn't access them, so they created new stories, quickly, almost urgently, stories that would help them feel connected to the land, that would make the wilderness feel less foreign, less threatening, more like home. Paul Bunyan's stories served this function. They were a way of saying, this place is ours now. We have stories about it, stories that explain it, that make it knowable, that connect it to our experience. And the stories about landscape creation, about Paul and Babe shaping the world through their work. These emphasized the transformation that was actually happening. The settlers were reshaping the landscape, clearing forests, building towns, redirecting rivers, creating farms where wilderness had been. Paul's mythic landscape creation in the stories paralleled this real transformation, made it feel not like destruction, but like creation, like building something new, something American, something worth celebrating. From a modern perspective, we can see the problems with this narrative. The forests that were cleared, they were ancient ecosystems. The landscapes that were transformed, they had supported peoples and cultures for millennia. The wilderness wasn't empty, it was inhabited, rich with its own stories and meanings. But the Paul Bunyan stories, like all myths, reflected the worldview of their creators, and the loggers, the settlers. They saw themselves as builders, as creators, as people bringing order and civilization to wild places. Tonight, as we tell these stories, we can appreciate them as artifacts, as windows into how people thought, how they understood their work, how they made sense of the enormous changes they were part of. We don't need to agree with all the assumptions embedded in the stories, but we can recognize their historical significance, their role in American mythology, their function in helping people sleep at the end of a hard day, and the basic impulse, the desire to explain the landscape, to connect to it through story. That impulse is universal, human, timeless. Every culture does this, creates stories about how rivers formed, why mountains stand where they stand, what made the valleys and lakes and forests. Paul Bunyan's stories were America's version of this ancient practice, created quickly, yes, without the depth of stories told over thousands of years, but serving the same basic need, the need to make the world knowable, familiar, connected to human experience. Let yourself settle into that sense of connection now. The landscape around you, wherever you are, has its own stories, its own history, its own reasons for being as it is. You don't need to know all those stories tonight. You just need to know that you're part of the landscape, part of the world, connected to it, held by it, safe in it, ready, finally, to rest. As the sun set over the forest, the workday ended, not abruptly, not with any announcement or bell, just gradually, the light fading, the cold increasing, the natural end of things. Paul Bunyan would finish the cut he was making, no rush, just completing the task. The tree would fall, properly, safely, in the direction he'd planned, and then he would stop, set down his axe, roll his shoulders, stretch his back. Around him, the other work would be stopping too, men securing their tools, gathering equipment, calling to their horse teams, preparing for the return to camp. The sounds of work, which had filled the forest all day, gradually fading, being replaced by the sounds of the forest itself. Wind, birds settling for the night, the creak of trees in the cold. Babe would be waiting, patient as always, ready to head back to camp, ready for food and rest. The ox's breath visible in the cold air, steam rising, the blue hide somehow still vivid even in the fading light. Paul would check the worksite one more time, making sure everything was secure, that no tools were left behind, that the fallen trees were positioned safely, that tomorrow's work would be ready to begin. This was responsibility, care, the mark of someone who took pride in doing things right. And then, with Babe beside him, Paul would walk back toward camp, through the forest, through the deepening darkness, not hurrying, just walking, knowing the way, following paths worn by countless trips back and forth. The camp would come into view, lights in the windows of the bunkhouse, smoke rising from chimneys, the smell of food cooking, the sounds of men, tired men, settling in for the evening, voices murmuring, occasional laughter, the particular sounds of a community at rest. Paul would see to Babe first. This was always the order. The animals before yourself. Make sure Babe had food, water, shelter, that the ox was comfortable, settled. This wasn't obligation. Exactly. It was relationship, care for a companion, a partner. And then, finally, Paul himself would rest, find his place, settle his large frame, feel the day's work in his muscles, the good tiredness, the satisfaction of having done what needed doing, of having completed the tasks, of having worked well and carefully and patiently. He wouldn't think much about tomorrow. Tomorrow would come. The work would be there. He would face it when it arrived. But for now, there was only evening, only rest, only the quiet sense of a day well lived. Around him, in the bunkhouse, the usual evening activities, men talking, mending, relaxing. The stories would start soon, maybe, or maybe not tonight. Maybe tonight was just for quiet, for rest, for letting the exhaustion settle into sleep. The fire in the stove burned steadily, warmth spreading through the room, the cold of the outside world held at bay. Inside, safety, comfort, the presence of others, the shared experience of work and rest, of days that all looked similar, of life reduced to its essentials. Paul would close his eyes, feel the weight of his body, the pull of sleep. There was no fighting it, no reason to fight it. Sleep was natural, necessary, welcome, like food, like warmth, like the sunrise that would come, eventually, bringing another day. But that was hours away, many hours, and for now there was only darkness, only rest, only the slow descent into deep sleep. Dreams, maybe, or maybe just the blank piece of exhaustion. Either way, it didn't matter. The day was done. The work was done. Everything that needed doing had been done. And in the morning, it would all begin again. But the morning was not now. Now was evening. Now was rest. Now was sleep. And Paul Bunyan, giant though he was, legendary though he was, needed sleep just like anyone else. Welcomed it, surrendered to it, let it carry him down, down, into darkness, into peace. The bunkhouse grew quieter, the conversations faded. One by one, men settled into sleep. The fire burned lower, the night deepened, and outside, the forest stood silent, patient, waiting for morning, but not hurrying toward it, just being, as forests do, as the wilderness does, present, timeless, at peace. Let yourself feel that peace now, that deep forest peace, that sense of a day completed, of rest earned, of sleep welcomed. Feel yourself settling like Paul settling, like the camp settling, like the forest settling into night. Nothing more to do, nowhere to be, just rest, just sleep, just peace. The stories of Paul Bunyan are ending now, slowly, gently, like a day ending. But the rest continues, the sleep continues, and in a moment, after we pause, after we let this settling complete itself, we'll begin to journey south, to different forests, different rivers, different stories, but the same essential peace, the same gentle transition into sleep. For now, rest here, in the North Woods, in Paul's world. In the quiet end of the logging day, rest and breathe, and let yourself drift deeper and deeper into sleep. We've spent these hours in the north, in the great forests of Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, in the world of logging camps and tall timber, in Paul Bunyan's domain. These have been stories of pine and snow, of axes and saws, of patient labor in the bitter cold. But America's frontier was larger than the North Woods, more varied. The wilderness took many forms, and the people who lived in it, who worked in it, who made their lives there, they had their own stories, their own legends, their own ways of understanding the world around them. Now we're going to shift, gradually, gently, moving south and east, from the lake country to the river valleys, from the 1890s to an earlier time, from the age of logging camps to the age of lone frontiersmen, from Paul Bunyan, the legendary logger, to Wetzel, the historical scout. This is not a sharp transition, just a slow drift, like falling deeper into sleep, like the change from one dream to another. The stories will continue, the rhythm will continue, but the landscape will change, the details will shift, and gradually we'll find ourselves in a different world. The forests remain, that's constant, but they're different forests, not the dense pine woods of the north, but mixed forests of the mid-Atlantic, oak and hickory, beech and maple, chestnut trees, once abundant, now gone, a different texture, a different feel, and the rivers, always the rivers. In the north, rivers were highways for logs, ways to transport timber, but in the Ohio River Valley, rivers were highways for people, for travel, for trade, for the slow movement of settlement into contested lands. The time period is earlier, before the Civil War, before the great age of logging, back when the frontier was further east, when Pittsburgh was a small town, when much of what would become Ohio and West Virginia and Kentucky was still unsettled, still wild, still dangerous in ways the northern forests never were. This was not empty wilderness. Indigenous peoples had lived in these regions for thousands of years, had their own nations, their own territories, their own complex relationships with the land and with each other. The arrival of European settlers disrupted all of this, created conflict, tragedy, violence. Wetzel lived in this world, this borderland, this place of meeting and conflict. His story, his legend, emerges from this more complicated context, and we need to approach it carefully, thoughtfully, aware of what we're talking about. Tonight, we won't focus on conflict, on violence, on the darker aspects of frontier history, not because they didn't happen. They did. They were real and consequential and tragic, but because our purpose tonight is sleep, rest, peace, and those darker stories, while important historically, don't serve that purpose. Instead, we'll focus on other aspects of Wetzel's life, his knowledge of the wilderness, his skills as a woodsman, his ability to survive alone for long periods, his understanding of rivers and trails, his reputation among other frontiersmen, the factual, historical elements of his existence. We'll talk about what frontier life actually required, the practical skills, the daily routines, the relationship with the natural world. We'll build a picture of one man moving through a specific landscape, at a specific time, trying to survive, trying to make sense of his place in a rapidly changing world. And we'll maintain the same tone we've used for Paul Bunyan: quiet, reflective, slow, because the goal remains the same: to help you rest, to provide a gentle stream of words and images that carries you deeper into sleep. The content changes, the landscape changes, but the essential rhythm, the essential purpose, continues. So let yourself shift now. Let the north woods fade. Let the logging camps recede into memory. Feel yourself drifting south, down through forests, across hills, toward rivers, the Ohio, the Monongahela, the Kanawha, names that echo with history, with stories, with the complex reality of America's formation. The air is warmer here, even in winter. The snow is less deep, the cold less brutal. This is still wilderness, still frontier, but different, more navigable, more accessible, and somehow, because of that, more dangerous, more contested, more complicated. But that's tomorrow's concern. Tonight, we're just moving, drifting, letting one landscape fade as another emerges, letting Paul Bunyan's world give way to Louis Wetzel's world, staying in the same state of rest, the same state of gentle attention, just shifting focus, changing scenery, continuing the journey towards sleep. The Ohio River, even the name has weight. History, the Ohio, the river that defined the western frontier for generations. The boundary between settled lands and wilderness, between the old colonies and the new territories, between east and west in early America. It's a substantial river, not as massive as the Mississippi, but large, wide, in some places over 1,000 feet across, deep enough for keelboats, for flatboats, for the endless traffic of people and goods moving west, moving into the unknown. The river begins where the Allegheny and Monongahela meet, at Pittsburgh, which in the 1780s was hardly more than a fort and a few buildings. From there, the Ohio flows west, south of west, curving through what is now Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Ohio, forming boundaries, creating territories, defining regions along its banks. In the late 1700s, the first settlements appeared, small clusters of cabins, families trying to farm, trying to establish themselves, trying to claim land that was, from their perspective, available, open, ready for settlement. But from another perspective, the land was already claimed, already occupied, already woven into complex networks of territory and tradition and use. The Shawnee, the Delaware, the Mingo, the Wyandot. Nations with their own histories, their own claims, their own reasons for being where they were. The Ohio River Valley, in the 1770s and 1780s, was borderland, contested space, neither fully one thing nor another. European settlers pushed in from the east, indigenous peoples pushed back. The result was instability, danger, constant low-level conflict occasionally erupting into something worse. This was Louis Wetzel's world. He was born in 1763. The American Revolution was just beginning. The frontier was in flux. Families like his, German immigrants who had settled in Pennsylvania and then pushed further west, were trying to establish themselves in this uncertain environment. The landscape itself was, in many ways, beautiful. The river valleys were fertile. The forests were rich with game, deer, elk, bear, turkey, the rivers full of fish. In peaceful times, It would have been an ideal place to settle. But times were rarely peaceful. The cabins were scattered, isolated, miles between neighbors. This wasn't by choice. Exactly, it was necessity. Each family needed land, farmland, space, and in the wilderness, with danger always possible, concentration made sense sometimes, but also spreading out gave you options, made you less of a target. Wetzel knew this landscape intimately, every creek, every ridge, every river crossing. From childhood, he learned the trails, the hiding places, the ways to move through the forest without being seen, without being heard. This wasn't sport. It was survival, necessity, the skills you needed to stay alive. The rivers were central, the Ohio itself, but also the tributaries, the smaller streams that fed into it. These were highways through the wilderness, easier to follow than forest trails, easier to navigate. In winter, when frozen, they became roads. In spring, when flooded, they became barriers. In summer and fall, they were routes for travel and trade. Wetzel traveled these rivers constantly, moving between settlements, carrying messages, scouting, hunting. He was known for his ability to cover ground, to move quickly when needed, to find his way even in unfamiliar territory, to survive alone for weeks at a time. But he also knew when to move slowly, when to observe, when to wait. The frontier demanded both qualities, sometimes speed, sometimes patience. The wisdom was knowing which the situation required. Picture the landscape now, not the pine forests of the north, but this different wilderness, hardwood forests. In spring, an incredible profusion of wildflowers. In fall, colors that rivaled anything the north could offer. In summer, thick green canopy blocking the sun. In winter, bare branches revealing the bones of the hills. And everywhere, water. Creeks running down every hollow, springs emerging from hillsides, the rivers, brown with silt, flowing steadily toward the Mississippi, toward the Gulf, toward the ocean. This was a landscape that could sustain life, rich, abundant, but also dangerous. Not because the land itself was hostile, but because of the human conflicts playing out across it. The competing claims, the violence, the uncertainty. Louis Wetzel moved through this landscape for decades, from teenager to middle-aged man, from the 1770s into the early 1800s, watching it change, watching settlements grow, watching the indigenous presence diminish, watching the frontier slowly cease being frontier, cease being borderland, become simply Ohio, West Virginia, Kentucky, settled states, known places. But in his youth, in his prime, it was still wild, still contested, still requiring every skill he possessed. And tonight, as we explore his story, we'll focus on those skills, that knowledge, that relationship with the wilderness, the practical reality of frontier life, stripped of romance, stripped of mythology, just what it took to survive, to move through that landscape, to make a life there. Let yourself settle into this new geography now. Feel the rivers flowing, the forests breathing, the land rolling and folding, different from the north, but still wilderness, still frontier, still America in the making. What connects Paul Bunyan's world to Louis Wetzel's world? On the surface, they seem entirely different. Different times, different places, different kinds of work, different challenges. Paul Bunyan existed in groups, in camps full of men, working together, living in close quarters. The work was collaborative, even when the stories focused on one giant figure. Logging required teams, cooperation, shared effort. Wetzel, by contrast, was often alone, moving through the wilderness by himself, making decisions without consultation, relying entirely on his own skills and judgment. His was a solitary existence, at least in the stories, in the legend. But underneath these differences, there are connections, threads that run through both stories, both lives, both versions of the American frontier experience. First, there's the relationship with the wilderness itself. Both figures lived close to nature, depended on it, understood it in ways that modern people rarely do. Paul knew trees, their species, their grain, how they would fall, where to cut. Lewis knew forests, their rhythms, their dangers, where to find water, how to read trails. This intimate knowledge of the natural world, this is what united frontier people. Whether you were a logger in Minnesota or a scout in Virginia, you lived by your understanding of the environment, your ability to read signs, to predict weather, to find resources, to survive in conditions that would quickly kill someone unprepared. Second, there's patience. Neither Paul Bunyan nor Wetzel rushed. Paul worked steadily, methodically, hour after hour, day after day. Lewis traveled carefully, observing, thinking, moving when it was safe, waiting when it wasn't. Both understood that survival, that success, came from sustained, patient effort, not from dramatic bursts of action. This patience is part of what makes these stories good for sleep. They don't hype you up, don't create artificial tension. They simply unfold, naturally, at their own pace, like the frontier itself unfolded, slowly, over decades, over generations. Third, there's solitude. Even Paul, surrounded by other loggers, had a quality of solitude. He was apart, different. The stories often described him working alone, or with only Babe. Yes, there were other people around, but Paul's experience was, in some essential way, solitary. He faced the work alone, made decisions alone, endured alone. Lewis's solitude was more literal, more physical, long stretches alone in the wilderness. But the quality of it, the psychological reality, might not have been that different. Both men were comfortable with their own company. Both found meaning in work that didn't require constant social interaction. Both could endure isolation that would drive others to desperation. And fourth, there's the landscape itself. Yes, the specifics were different. Pine versus hardwood, lakes versus rivers, snow versus less snow. But both landscapes were wilderness. Both were vast. Both required respect. Both could kill you if you made mistakes. Both were, in their own ways, beautiful, overwhelming, transformative. The men who lived in these landscapes, whether loggers or scouts, whether in 1890 or 1780, developed similar qualities: toughness, resilience, self-reliance, a certain quietness, a certain acceptance of hardship. These weren't chosen qualities, they were necessities, required by the environment, by the life. Tonight, as we shift from one frontier world to another, we're maintaining these common threads: the patience, the solitude, the relationship with nature, the quiet competence, the steady endurance. These themes will carry through. We'll connect Paul's story to Lewis's story. We'll create continuity even as the details change. And the ultimate thread, the one that matters most for our purposes tonight, is the rhythm, the pace, the way these stories unfold slowly, deliberately, without rush. Whether we're talking about felling trees or navigating rivers, the essential quality is the same: patient, steady, calming. This is the rhythm that helps you sleep, that quiets the busy mind, that creates space for rest. And this rhythm continues, even as we change locations, even as we change time periods, even as we shift from legend to history, from Paul to Lewis, from north to south, from logging camps to river valleys. The landscape changes, but the sleep remains, the rest continues, the gentle descent into darkness, into peace, into the deep quiet of true rest. That doesn't change. That's constant. That's what connects everything we're talking about tonight. So as we prepare to enter Lewis Wetzel's world, as we leave Paul Bunyan behind, remember that you're not really going anywhere. You're staying right here, in this state of rest, this state of gentle attention and growing sleepiness. The stories are changing, but your experience, your journey toward deep sleep, that continues uninterrupted. Let yourself settle even deeper now. We're 3 hours into this journey, 3 hours of soft words and gentle stories, and you're still here, still listening. Or maybe, just maybe, you've already drifted off. And if you have, that's perfect. That's exactly right. And these words will continue, soft, steady, carrying you deeper, whether you hear them consciously or not. The frontier continues, the wilderness continues, the stories continue, and you, resting, breathing, settling deeper with each moment, you continue too, toward sleep, toward peace, toward the deep rest that the frontier night, in any era, in any place, always offered to those tired enough to accept it. Lewis Wetzel was born in 1763. This is documented, historical fact, not legend, not tall tale, an actual person, with a birth year, a family, a real existence. He was born in Pennsylvania, the frontier region. His parents were German immigrants, Johann Wetzel and Mary Boner. They had come to America seeking opportunity, land, a better life, like thousands of others in that era. The family moved frequently. This was common on the frontier. You'd settle one place, farm for a few years, then hear about better land further west, better opportunities. So you'd move, always moving, always pushing further into the wilderness. By the time Lewis was a teenager, the family had moved to what is now West Virginia, the Wheeling area, right on the Ohio River. This was, at that time, the absolute edge of European settlement. Beyond Wheeling, to the west, was wilderness, contested territory, danger. Lewis had siblings, brothers and sisters. The family was close-knit, at least in the records that survive. They helped each other, supported each other. This was necessary on the frontier. Survival often depended on family, on people you could trust absolutely. The historical records of Lewis Wetzel are fragmentary. We have some court documents, some land records, references in other people's journals and letters, accounts written decades later by people who remembered him. But no autobiography, no personal writings from Lewis himself, at least none that have survived. This means we're always looking at Lewis through other people's eyes, other people's memories. And memory, as we know, is unreliable. It changes, it exaggerates, it fills in gaps with imagination. But from these various sources, we can piece together some basic facts. Lewis was tall for his era, strong, dark-haired. He became known as an exceptional woodsman, a skilled hunter and tracker, someone who could survive alone in the wilderness for extended periods. He never married, never had children, as far as we know. This was unusual but not unheard of. Frontier life was hard on families, dangerous. Many men, particularly those who spent much time alone in the woods, never settled down, never established permanent homes. Lewis moved around constantly, between settlements, along the rivers, through the forests. He worked as a scout sometimes, a messenger, a hunter, whatever was needed, whatever paid, or sometimes he just wandered for his own reasons, following his own purposes. He had conflicts with authority. This is documented. Several times he was arrested, jailed, released. The details vary depending on the source, but the pattern is clear. Lewis was difficult, independent, unwilling to conform to social expectations or legal requirements. He died, probably, around 1808. The exact circumstances are unclear. Some accounts say he died in Mississippi. Others say Texas. Some say he simply disappeared, walked into the wilderness one day and never came back. Given his lifestyle, any of these could be true. What's clear is that he didn't live to old age. He was in his mid-40s when he died. By modern standards, very young, but for the frontier, for his particular lifestyle, not unusual. The life was hard, dangerous. It wore people down. After his death, the legends grew, stories were told, exaggerations accumulated. By the mid-1800s, Lewis Wetzel had become a folk hero in the Ohio Valley. Books were written about him, highly romanticized, wildly inaccurate in many details, but capturing something of how people remembered him, or wanted to remember him. Tonight, we're trying to look past the legends, to find the actual person, or at least to acknowledge that there was an actual person. A man who lived and worked and moved through a specific landscape at a specific time, who had skills and knowledge, who survived in difficult conditions, who made choices, good and bad, who was, ultimately, human, complicated, not purely heroic, not purely anything. This is harder than just telling legends. Legends are simple, clean, easy to understand. Reality is messy, contradictory, ambiguous, but reality is also, in its own way, more interesting, more worth thinking about, more worth understanding. So as we explore Lewis Wetzel's story, we'll acknowledge the limitations, the gaps in our knowledge, the uncertainty, but we'll try to imagine, as best we can, what his actual life might have been like, what the frontier actually required, what it actually felt like to be there, in that time, in that place. Not romance, not adventure, just life, hard life, dangerous life, but life nonetheless, with its own rhythms, its own meanings, its own quiet moments of rest at the end of long days. Picture a cabin, rough-built, logs notched together, gaps filled with mud and moss. One room, maybe two if the family had time and resources to expand. A fireplace at one end, the only source of heat and light, the only way to cook. This was Louis Wetzel's childhood home, or one of them. The family moved several times, but all the cabins would have been similar. This was how frontier families lived. Simply, with only the most basic necessities. Picture a cabin, rough-built, logs notched together, gaps filled with mud and moss. One room, maybe two if the family had time and resources to expand. A fireplace at one end, the only source of heat and light, the only way to cook. This was Louis Wetzel's childhood home, or one of them. The family moved several times, but all the cabins would have been similar. This was how frontier families lived. Simply, with only the most basic necessities. The cabin would have been dark inside, even during the day. The windows were small, just openings in the walls, sometimes covered with oiled paper or animal hide instead of glass. Glass was expensive, hard to transport, often unavailable. The furniture was minimal, a table, benches, beds, maybe, or just places to sleep on the floor with blankets. Everything handmade, everything functional, no decoration, no luxury, just what was needed to survive. Louis would have slept in this cabin with his siblings, multiple children sharing space, sharing blankets. This was normal. Privacy was not really a concept. You lived in close proximity to your family. Always. There was no other option. His days would have started early, before dawn. Everyone worked, even young children. There was too much to do. Survival required constant labor, wood to cut, water to carry, animals to tend, fields to plant and harvest, food to prepare, clothes to mend. Endless tasks. Louis would have learned frontier skills from childhood. This wasn't formal education. It was necessity, observation, practice. His father and older siblings showing him how to handle an axe, how to shoot, how to track, how to move quietly through the forest, how to read signs of weather, animals, and danger. These weren't recreational skills. They were survival skills. The forest provided food, game, deer, turkey, squirrels, fish from the creeks and rivers. If you couldn't hunt, couldn't fish, you didn't eat as well, or at all. The forest also posed dangers. Getting lost was a real risk. A child who wandered too far from the cabin, who couldn't find their way back, might die. Animals were a threat. Bears, wolves, though usually they avoided humans. Still, the possibility was always there. And beyond these natural dangers, there was the constant awareness of human threat. The frontier in the 1770s was dangerous in ways modern Americans can barely imagine. The conflicts between settlers and indigenous peoples, the raids, the violence. Children grew up knowing that danger could come at any time. The Wetzel family experienced this directly. There are accounts, varying in detail, of attacks on the family, of times they had to flee, had to hide, times when neighbors were killed, when homes were burned. This was the reality, not every day, but often enough that you never fully relaxed, never felt entirely safe. Louis would have absorbed this tension from childhood, would have learned to be alert, watchful, always aware of his surroundings. This kind of vigilance, when learned young, becomes automatic. Part of how you move through the world. You don't think about it. You just do it. School was minimal or non-existent. Louis likely couldn't read well, possibly couldn't read at all. This was common. Frontier life left little time for formal education. What mattered was practical knowledge, skills, the ability to survive and work. But Lewis was clearly intelligent, observant. He developed an extraordinary knowledge of the wilderness, could navigate by landmarks, by the stars, by memory, could track animals and humans through difficult terrain, could survive in conditions that would kill others. This was intelligence, just not the kind measured by literacy or formal education. His childhood shaped everything about him, made him comfortable with hardship, with solitude, with danger, made him someone who trusted his own judgment, his own abilities, who didn't need or expect comfort, who could endure, survive, continue. By the time he was a teenager, Lewis was already skilled beyond his years, already respected by other frontiersmen, already known as someone reliable in difficult situations. The childhood that would have broken softer people had forged him into exactly what the frontier required, and he carried that forging with him for the rest of his life. The lessons learned young, the skills practiced until they became instinct, the acceptance of hardship, the comfort with solitude, the constant awareness, these defined him, made him who he was, for better and worse. Let yourself imagine that childhood now, not romanticize it, just imagine it. The roughness, the simplicity, the constant work, the awareness of danger, the closeness to nature, the lack of modern comfort. And somehow, despite all that, or perhaps because of it, children still grew up, still learned, still became capable adults, still found moments of joy and rest and family connection. The frontier was hard, but it was also human. People lived there, raised children, told stories, laughed sometimes, rested when they could, made lives out of difficult circumstances. This is what humans do, what we've always done: adapt, survive, find meaning even in hardship. The forest was Lewis Wetzel's classroom, his university, the place where he learned everything that truly mattered for his life, and the forest taught slowly, patiently, through observation and experience rather than instruction. You couldn't learn the forest from books. There were no guidebooks, no maps worth mentioning, no GPS or trail markers or ranger stations. There was only the forest itself, and the knowledge of people who had been there before you, who had learned through their own observation and were willing to teach. Lewis learned to read trees first, not their names necessarily, but their meaning. A group of white oaks meant rich soil, good land for farming if you wanted that. Willow trees meant water nearby, possibly a spring, possibly a creek. Dead trees, standing but leafless, often meant good places for hunting. Animals liked the edges created by dying trees. He learned to read the shape of the land. Ridges ran in certain directions. Water flowed downhill, obviously, but the pattern of drainage told you things. Where valleys would be, where you could cross creeks easily, where you'd encounter cliffs or steep slopes. He learned to observe light, the way sun moved through the forest during the day, where shadows fell. This helped with direction, with timing, with knowing where you were even when landmarks weren't visible. The sun rose in the east, set in the west. If you paid attention, if you tracked its movement, you could navigate. At night, there were stars, the North Star especially, fixed, reliable, always in the same position. Other constellations moved through the seasons, But patterns emerged. The Big Dipper, Orion, Cassiopeia. If you knew these, if you understood their positions, you could travel at night when necessary. The sounds of the forest meant things. Birds calling in certain ways, sudden silence, which often meant something. A predator, maybe. A person had disturbed the normal patterns. The crack of a twig, the rustle of leaves. Everything had meaning if you paid attention, if you learned to interpret. Animal tracks told stories. Deer tracks meant water nearby. Deer always stayed close to water. The size and depth of tracks told you how recently the animal had passed. Fresh tracks, crisp-edged, meant the animal was near. Old tracks, softened by weather, meant it was long gone. Bear sign was important to recognize. Scratches on trees, scat, overturned logs. Bears were dangerous if surprised, if you stumbled onto them unexpectedly. But if you knew they were in an area, if you read the signs, you could avoid them, move around them, stay safe. Weather could be predicted, not perfectly, but somewhat. Certain cloud formations meant rain coming. The behavior of animals changed before storms. They'd feed heavily, seek shelter. If you watched, if you noticed, you could prepare. Find shelter yourself before the storm hit. The changing seasons had their own signs, more subtle than just temperature. The angle of light changed, the behavior of plants. Certain flowers bloomed at certain times. Certain leaves changed color in predictable patterns. These signs helped you track time, know what month it was, plan accordingly. Lewis learned all of this slowly, through years of observation, through mistakes, through trial and error, through watching others who knew, through paying attention constantly, every time he entered the forest, every journey, every hunt. He was learning, noticing, building a mental map of how things worked. This knowledge wasn't academic, wasn't theoretical. It was practical, immediate. Often, it meant the difference between survival and death, between finding food and going hungry, between getting lost and finding your way home. And there was something meditative about this kind of learning, this constant observation, this awareness. It required a particular quality of attention, not intense focus exactly, but a kind of relaxed alertness, a presence. You had to be there, fully there, in the moment, noticing what was around you. Modern life doesn't often require this kind of awareness. We live mostly indoors, with maps and GPS when we venture out. With abundant food from stores, with shelter from weather, we don't need to read the forest, don't need to track animals, don't need to predict weather. These skills have become, for most of us, obsolete. But Lewis lived in a world where these skills mattered absolutely, where observation meant survival, where patient attention to the natural world was a requirement, not a hobby, not a recreational activity, but necessity, and in some ways, this created a deeper relationship with nature, a more intimate connection. When your life depends on reading signs, on understanding patterns, on paying attention, you develop respect, appreciation, a sense of being part of the natural world rather than separate from it. The forest wasn't just scenery to Lewis, wasn't just a backdrop. It was home, workplace, classroom, grocery store, highway, weather station, everything. He knew it the way we know our neighborhoods, our cities, but more intimately, more completely, because it mattered more. Let yourself imagine that kind of knowledge now, that deep familiarity with a place, that ability to read signs, to understand patterns, to move through a landscape with confidence born of long observation, not rushing, not forcing, just knowing, being at home, being present, being part of it all. And as you imagine this, feel your own awareness settling, your own attention turning inward, toward rest, toward sleep. You don't need to read the forest tonight. Don't need to stay alert. Don't need to observe or interpret or navigate. You can let all that go, can trust that you're safe, can rest, finally, deeply, completely. The Ohio River Valley in Lewis Wetzel's time was a world in transition between one era and another, between indigenous control and settler dominance, between wilderness and civilization. It existed in that unstable middle state, and that instability defined everything about life there. The geography was beautiful. River valleys cut through rolling hills. Forests covered everything. In spring, the woods exploded with wildflowers, trillium, bloodroot, wild ginger, carpets of color under the still bare trees. In fall, the hardwoods turned brilliant, reds and oranges and yellows that stretched for miles. The rivers themselves were the highways. The Ohio, the Monongahela, the Kanawha, the Muskingum, the Scioto, dozens of smaller creeks and streams feeding into larger flows, all eventually joining the Ohio, all flowing west, toward the Mississippi, toward the heart of the continent. Travel by river was easier than travel by land. You could move goods, move families, move yourself, faster on water than through dense forest. So settlements clustered along rivers, small collections of cabins, a mill perhaps, a trading post, places where you could buy supplies, sell furs, get news from other settlements. Between the settlements, wilderness, miles of forest. Some trails existed, paths worn by long use, indigenous trails that had existed for generations, new trails created by settlers, but these were rough, difficult, often overgrown. Travel between settlements was measured in days, not hours. Days of hard walking through difficult terrain. The soil was rich in the river valleys, good for farming. Settlers who managed to clear land, who survived long enough to plant and harvest, could grow corn, wheat, vegetables. The growing season was long enough, the rainfall adequate. It was, potentially, excellent farmland. But actually clearing the land was enormous work. The trees were massive. Old-growth forest, oaks 4 feet across, 5 feet. You couldn't just chop them down quickly. It took days, weeks, to clear even a small plot. And the stumps remained. Massive, impossible to remove with hand tools. So you planted around them, worked around them, waited years for them to rot enough to extract. Game was abundant. This is important to understand. The forests were full of animals, deer everywhere, turkey, passenger pigeons in flocks that darkened the sky, fish in the rivers, bear, elk. The land could support hunters, could provide meat for those who knew how to hunt. But you had to know what you were doing. Hunting took skill, time, patience, ammunition. Black powder was expensive. Lead for bullets had to be carefully husbanded. Every shot had to count. You couldn't waste ammunition, couldn't afford to miss. The weather varied dramatically. Summer could be hot, humid, uncomfortable. Crops grew well, but so did mosquitoes. Disease spread more easily in hot weather. Malaria, dysentery, things we have medicines for now. They killed people then, regularly. Winter was cold, not as severe as the North Woods, but cold enough. Snow fell. Rivers sometimes froze, solid enough to walk on. Cold enough that you needed constant fire, constant fuel. Wood had to be cut and stored, enough to last months. Running out of firewood in January meant, at best, severe discomfort, at worst, death. The indigenous peoples of the region had lived there for thousands of years, the Shawnee especially, but also Wyandot, Mingo, Delaware, others. They had villages, agricultural systems, trading networks, complex social and political structures. This wasn't empty wilderness. It was inhabited land. The arrival of European settlers disrupted everything. The diseases they brought killed thousands of indigenous people, smallpox especially. Diseases that indigenous peoples had no immunity to. Entire villages were decimated. The social fabric was torn apart. And then there was the pressure for land. Settlers wanted land, needed land, pushed constantly for more. Treaties were signed, then broken, then signed again. Each time, indigenous peoples were pushed further west, further from their traditional territories, further from places that held meaning and history. Violence resulted, on both sides. Raids and counter-raids, revenge attacks, cycles of violence that fed on themselves. Families on both sides destroyed, children orphaned, homes burned. The borderland became, for a time, extraordinarily dangerous. Louis Wetzel lived through this, participated in it. The historical record suggests he was involved in conflicts, in violence. This is part of his story, part of the reality. We can't ignore it while claiming to tell his story honestly. But tonight, we're focusing elsewhere, on the landscape itself, on the skills required to survive, on the daily reality of frontier life apart from the violence, because that violence, while real, wasn't constant. Most days were work, travel, hunting, survival, the ordinary challenges of living in a difficult environment. And Louis, whatever else he was, whatever he did, was extraordinary at surviving, at moving through this landscape, at reading it, understanding it, making his life in it. These skills, this knowledge, that's what we're exploring. The practical reality, the daily experience, the relationship with the land itself. Let yourself settle into this landscape now, the river valleys, the forests, the changing seasons, the abundance and the danger, the beauty and the difficulty, all of it woven together, creating a place that was unique, temporary, a moment in history, a world that existed briefly, then changed, then vanished. But for a time, it was real. It was home. It was where life happened. Louis Wetzel rarely stayed in one place for long. This is consistent across all the accounts. He was always moving between settlements, along the rivers, through the forests, always traveling, always on the move. Why? The historical record doesn't give us clear answers. But we can make reasonable guesses based on what we know about frontier life, about the economy, about what work was available, about what skills Louis had. First, there simply wasn't enough work in any one settlement to occupy him full-time. These were small places, a few dozen people at most. The work available was mostly farming, but Louis didn't farm, didn't own land, didn't settle down. so he needed other kinds of work, and that work was scattered, occasional, wherever someone needed his particular skills. He worked as a scout sometimes, guiding travelers between settlements, leading survey parties into unsettled territory. His required travel, obviously. You couldn't scout from one location. The work itself meant constant movement. He hunted for market, killed deer and sold the hides. The meat sometimes, but hides especially. Deerskin was valuable, could be traded, sold, turned into clothing and other goods. But hunting depleted game near settlements. To find good hunting, you had to go further out, into areas less frequented, and that meant travel. He carried messages between settlements. This was important work. News traveled slowly in the frontier. The only way to communicate was someone physically carrying a message, walking or riding from one place to another. Lewis knew the trails, knew the dangers, could move quickly when needed, could deliver messages reliably. Sometimes he was hired for specific tasks. Take this family to that settlement, help clear this land, recover these stolen horses, whatever was needed, whatever paid. The work was irregular, unpredictable, but Lewis was adaptable, capable. People knew him, trusted his skills, if not always his judgment. And beyond economic reasons, there might have been personal ones. Lewis seems to have been restless, uncomfortable with staying in one place, with the social constraints of settlement life, with having to follow rules, answer to authorities, conform to expectations. In the forest, traveling, he was autonomous, made his own decisions, answered to no one. This suited him, matched his temperament, the solitude, the independence, the freedom to move when and where he wanted. There might also have been psychological reasons, trauma from his childhood, from the violence he experienced and participated in. Some people, after experiencing extreme stress, find it hard to settle, to feel safe in one place. They keep moving, keep scanning for threats, never fully relax. This pattern fits what we know about Lewis. The traveling itself became a kind of life, a pattern. He knew the routes, the river crossings, the safe places to camp, the dangerous stretches. He developed a routine, not fixed, exactly, but familiar, comfortable in its way. He would leave one settlement, travel for days, arrive at another, stay briefly, maybe work a little, get supplies, rest, then move on to the next place, or back to the previous one, or somewhere entirely new. A constant circulation through the frontier network. This lifestyle required remarkable physical fitness, walking 20 miles a day, 30 on good days, carrying supplies, weapons, whatever he needed. No vehicles, no horses usually, just walking, day after day, year after year. Only someone in excellent condition could sustain this. It also required detailed knowledge. You couldn't just wander randomly. You needed to know where you were going, how to get there, where to find water, where to camp safely, what dangers to avoid. This knowledge was built slowly, through experience, through mistakes survived, through constant observation. And there was something about the traveling itself, the constant movement, that became central to who Lewis was. He wasn't a farmer, a shopkeeper, a settled person. He was a traveler, a wanderer, someone defined by movement, by not staying, by always going. In some ways, this made him marginal, not quite part of any community, not fully connected to any place. But it also made him valuable, useful, the person who could carry messages, guide travelers, move between settlements when others couldn't or wouldn't, and maybe in quiet moments, on the trail between settlements, with no one around, just the forest and the river and the sky, maybe Lewis found something like peace, not happiness exactly, but rightness, a sense of being where he belonged, doing what he was meant to do. The traveling was hard, exhausting, dangerous, but it was his life, the life he chose, or the life that chose him. Either way, it suited him, made sense for him, gave him purpose and place in a world that was, otherwise, often incomprehensible and violent. Let yourself imagine that constant movement now, that pattern of traveling, never quite arriving, never quite staying, always moving, always between places, and feel, paradoxically, how that constant movement could become its own kind of stability, its own kind of home, not a place, but a rhythm, a pattern, a way of being in the world. Of all the aspects of Lewis Wetzel's life, perhaps the most significant and the hardest for us to truly understand was his comfort with solitude, with being alone, completely alone, for extended periods, days, weeks, sometimes longer. In our modern world, we're rarely truly alone. We have phones, internet, constant connection to others. Even when physically alone, we're connected digitally, psychologically. We can reach out instantly if we want, if we need to. Lewis had none of this. When he traveled alone in the wilderness, he was alone, completely. No way to communicate with anyone, no way to call for help if things went wrong, no way to reach out, no way to connect, just solitude, total and absolute. Most modern people would find this terrifying, the isolation, the vulnerability, the lack of any safety net. We're social creatures. We need connection. Even introverts, who value alone time, usually need some human contact, some reminder they're not completely isolated from the human world. But Lewis sought this solitude, chose it, spent significant portions of his life in it. This suggests something about his psychology, about what he needed, what he found in that aloneness that he couldn't find in settlements, around other people. Perhaps it was quiet, in settlements, even small ones. There was constant noise, people talking, working, children playing, animals, activity, the hum of human existence. For someone sensitive to this, someone overwhelmed by social interaction, it could be exhausting, draining. The forest offered something different, quiet, not silence exactly. The forest had its own sounds, wind, water, birds, animals, but these were natural sounds, predictable, non-demanding. You didn't have to respond to them, interact with them. They just were. Perhaps it was control. In settlements, you had to navigate social relationships. Follow rules, meet expectations, respond to others' needs and demands. There was constant negotiation, compromise, the surrender of autonomy that social life requires. Alone, Lewis controlled everything, made all decisions himself, moved when he wanted, stopped when he wanted, ate what he wanted when he wanted, slept or stayed awake according to his own judgment. No one to answer to, no one to negotiate with. Complete autonomy, Perhaps it was safety, paradoxically. Yes, the wilderness had physical dangers, animals, weather, injury, but it didn't have the social dangers that settlements had: conflict, politics, betrayal, violence born of human interaction. In the forest, threats were straightforward, comprehensible, manageable through skill and awareness. Or perhaps the solitude allowed Lewis to process things, to think, to sit with his own thoughts and feelings without the constant distraction of other people. Trauma, which Lewis almost certainly carried, often needs quiet to be processed. Space, solitude, time alone with your own mind. The practical reality of this solitude was challenging, even for someone who preferred it. You had to be completely self-reliant. If you got sick, you cared for yourself or you died. If you injured yourself, you dealt with it alone. No one was coming to help. No one even knew where you were. You had to maintain constant awareness, even when resting, especially when resting, because that's when you were most vulnerable. You learned to sleep lightly, to wake at unusual sounds, to trust your instincts. Your body became your early warning system. Food was your responsibility. No one was cooking for you, providing for you. You hunted, or you went hungry. You preserved meat when you had excess, rationed carefully when you didn't, made every shot count, wasted nothing. Navigation was entirely on you. No one to ask directions, to confirm you were going the right way. Just your own knowledge, your own judgment, your own memory of landmarks and trails and river courses. If you got lost, you found your way, or you died. And yet, despite all these challenges, Lewis chose this repeatedly, returned to it, sought it out. This suggests that whatever he found in that solitude, it was valuable enough to justify the risks, the hardships, the sheer difficulty of it. Maybe in the solitude, Lewis found himself. The self that existed apart from social roles and expectations, apart from the violence and trauma of the borderland, apart from the judgments and demands of others, just himself, alone with the forest, alone with his thoughts, alone with whatever quiet existed at his center. Modern research suggests that solitude, when chosen, when voluntary, can be healing, can provide clarity, can reduce stress and anxiety, can help people reconnect with themselves, with what matters to them, with their own values and purposes. Lewis probably didn't think about it in these terms. He just knew what he needed, what worked for him, and he organized his life to include it, to make space for it, to honor that need, even when others didn't understand it. And in the evening, when he camped alone, when he built a small fire, ate a simple meal, lay down to sleep under the stars, there must have been moments of peace, of rightness, of being exactly where he needed to be, doing exactly what he needed to do, living exactly as he needed to live. Not happiness, perhaps. The life was too hard for simple happiness. But satisfaction, maybe. Contentment. The deep calm that comes from living authentically, from being true to your own nature, from not compromising yourself to fit others' expectations. Let that calm settle into you now, that sense of being alone, but okay with it, safe in it, at peace with it. Feel the solitude not as loneliness, but as quiet, as space, as freedom from demand and expectation, just being, breathing, existing, with nothing required of you, nothing expected, just rest. One of Louis Wetzel's most valued skills was his ability to move quietly through the forest. This wasn't a minor talent, it was essential. Often, it meant the difference between safety and danger, between success and failure, between life and death. Moving quietly sounds simple, but it's not. The forest is full of things that make noise: dry leaves, twigs, branches, underbrush. Every step is a potential sound, every movement a possible warning to whatever or whoever you're trying to avoid or approach. Louis learned this skill over years, starting in childhood, watching, practicing, developing an awareness of where he placed his feet, how he distributed his weight, how he moved his body through space. The first principle was, slow down. You can't move quickly and quietly, not usually. Speed means less control, less ability to feel what you're stepping on before you commit your weight, less time to adjust, to find the quiet path. So you move slowly, deliberately, each step considered. The second principle was, feel with your feet. Don't just look where you're walking, feel it. Sense the ground through your shoes or moccasins. Is it solid, soft? Are there sticks that will break, leaves that will crunch? You learn to test each step, to put your weight down gradually, to be ready to shift if the ground makes noise. The third principle was, watch where others walked. Animals created trails, well-worn paths where the ground was packed, where vegetation was minimal. These were quieter to walk on than virgin forest. Humans, too, created trails. If you could find and follow a trail, even a faint one, movement was easier, quieter. Louis learned to read the forest floor, to see at a glance which areas would be noisy, which would be quiet. Moss-covered ground was quieter than leaf-covered, pine needles quieter than oak leaves, bare rock quietest of all, though also hardest and most tiring to walk on. He learned about timing too. Rain made the forest quieter. Wet leaves didn't crunch the same way dry ones did. Wind helped cover sounds. When branches were moving, when leaves were rustling, your own sounds were masked. On still, dry days, every sound carried. You had to be even more careful. He learned about rhythm, constant movement, even slow, constant movement, created patterns that animals and humans could detect. So you moved, then stopped, moved, then stopped, broke up the pattern, made yourself harder to track, harder to predict. He learned about breathing. When you move slowly and carefully, you can control your breathing, keep it quiet, regular. But when you hurry, when you're tired, breathing becomes loud, audible, a signal that carries through the forest. So you had to stay in good enough condition that movement didn't exhaust you, didn't make you breathe hard. He learned about clothing. Some materials were quieter than others. Leather was good, wool was reasonable, but anything that brushed against vegetation, that snagged on branches, created sound. So you wore clothes that fit close, that didn't have loose parts to catch and drag and announce your presence. He learned about equipment. Metal made noise, clinked, rattled, so you wrapped things, tied them down, made sure nothing loose could bang against something else. Your powder horn, your knife, your ammunition, everything had to be secured, silent, under control, and he learned patience. Sometimes the only quiet path was to wait, to not move, to stand or sit and let time pass, let whatever had been alerted, whatever was paying attention. Forget about you. Relax, resume normal behavior, and then move again, slowly, carefully, quietly. This skill became second nature, automatic. Lewis didn't have to think about it consciously. His body just knew, moved the right way, found the quiet path, avoided the noisy ground. It was trained into him, part of his muscle memory, his instinct, and this ability to move quietly. It connected him to the forest in a particular way. When you move loudly, clumsily, you're announcing yourself, declaring your presence. The forest reacts to you. Animals flee or hide. The natural patterns are disrupted. You're an intrusion and disturbance. But when you move quietly, carefully, respectfully, the forest continues around you. Birds keep singing. Deer keep feeding. The natural world, while aware of you, doesn't panic, doesn't flee. You become part of the forest's patterns, part of its rhythms, less intrusion and more participant. This created a different kind of experience, a different relationship, not domination, not conquest, but coexistence, careful presence, respectful interaction. The forest allowed you in, let you pass, let you observe, because you weren't threatening, weren't disturbing, weren't demanding attention. And in this quiet movement, there was a kind of meditation, a presence, a focus. Your attention had to be complete, on the ground, on your body, on the sounds around you, on the subtle feedback telling you whether you were succeeding or failing in being quiet. This is very different from how most of us move through the world. We walk heavily, loudly, without concern for the noise we make. We announce ourselves, demand attention, fill space with our presence. We've lost, most of us, the ability to move quietly, to pass through space with minimal disturbance. But Lewis had this ability, developed to a high degree, and it served him throughout his life. Let him survive situations that would have been impossible for someone who couldn't move silently. Let him succeed where others failed. Let him be, in some essential way, at home in the wilderness. Let yourself imagine that kind of movement now, that careful, quiet, respectful passage through space, not rushing, not forcing, not demanding, just moving, gently, carefully, with complete attention, with respect for your surroundings, with awareness of every step, every breath, every sound, and feel yourself, in imagining this, becoming quieter, stiller, more at rest. Let your movement slow. Let your breathing soften. Let your body settle into its own stillness, into its own quiet, into the deep rest that comes when all movement finally, peacefully, stops. When traveling alone through the wilderness, Lewis needed to camp every evening, sometimes in places he knew, more often in unfamiliar territory. Making camp was a crucial skill, a ritual performed countless times, but never carelessly, never without thought. The first consideration was location. You couldn't just stop anywhere. The spot had to meet several requirements. Water nearby, essential. You needed water to drink, to cook with if you had food to cook, but not too close to water. River bottoms could flood. Could be colder at night. Could be where animals came to drink, which meant potential encounters you might not want. High ground was better than low, gave you visibility, made you less vulnerable, let you see approaching threats, but not the highest ground. Hilltops were exposed, visible from far away, subject to stronger winds. The ideal was partway up, on a slight rise, high enough for advantage, not so high you were exposed. You wanted shelter from wind, a rock outcropping, a dense stand of trees, something to break the wind. Wind stole heat, made fires harder to maintain, made sleep uncomfortable. Finding wind shelter was worth extra time searching, but you also needed concealment. You didn't want to be visible from a distance, didn't want smoke from your fire to announce your location, so you looked for natural features that would hide you: a hollow, a thick cedar grove, a bend in a creek, places where you could camp without being obvious. And you needed fuel, dead wood for a fire, enough to last the night. Not so much you'd exhaust yourself gathering it, but enough that you wouldn't run out. Running out of wood meant either going without fire, which could be dangerous in cold weather, or searching for wood in darkness, which was difficult and potentially hazardous. Once Lewis found a suitable spot, the work began. First, clear the ground. Remove rocks, sticks, anything that would make sleeping uncomfortable. The frontier had no sleeping pads, no cushioning, just the ground. Making it as smooth as possible mattered. Then, prepare the fire site. Clear a space down to bare soil, no leaves or grass that could catch and spread fire. Surround it with rocks if available, not necessary, but helpful. Rocks retained heat, reflected heat back, made the fire more efficient. Gather wood before starting the fire. Don't light the fire, then realize you need more wood. Gather everything first. Small twigs for starting, larger sticks for building, substantial pieces for maintaining. Arrange it within reach, organized, ready to use. Starting the fire was, in Lewis's time, not trivial. Flint and steel, a small piece of char cloth or tinder. You struck the flint against the steel, generated sparks, tried to catch a spark in the tinder, coaxed it into a glow. Then carefully, gently, transferred that glow to your prepared kindling. Blew on it, fed it, built it into flame. This could take time, especially in damp conditions. You couldn't rush it. Had to be patient, methodical. If you rushed, if you tried to skip steps, you'd fail. Have to start over. Better to do it right the first time, even if it took longer. Once the fire was going, you could set up your minimal camp. If you had a blanket, position it near the fire. Not too close. Fire was dangerous, but close enough to benefit from warmth. If you didn't have a blanket, you slept close to the fire, fed it through the night, stayed warm that way. Food preparation was simple. If you had fresh meat, you roasted it on a stick, or cut it into pieces and put it directly on coals. If you had dried meat, you just ate it. No preparation needed. If you had flour or cornmeal, you might mix it with water. Make a simple bread. Cook it on hot rocks or in ashes. Water was, hopefully, available nearby. You drank before sleeping, filled any container you had for morning, positioned it where you could reach it during the night if needed. Thirst could wake you, disturb your sleep. Better to have water accessible, then security considerations. Lewis would have thought about this constantly. Who might be in the area? What threats existed? How visible was his fire? Could anyone approach without him hearing? He'd position himself so he could see likely approach routes, so he'd wake if anyone came close. He probably never slept deeply on the trail. Not the way you sleep in a secure place. He'd sleep lightly, wake periodically, check his surroundings, feed the fire if needed, listen to the night sounds, make sure everything was as it should be, then sleep again. This pattern repeated through the night. In the morning, he'd wake early, before full dawn, rekindle the fire if it had died, warm himself, eat if he had food, drink water, prepare for the day's travel, then carefully extinguish the fire, scatter the ashes, cover them with dirt, leave as little evidence as possible of his camp. This whole process, from finding a site to breaking camp, was efficient, practiced, minimal. Lewis carried almost nothing, so his camp was minimal too. No tent, no sleeping bag, no camping equipment as we'd understand it. Just the most basic necessities: fire, water, shelter from wind, ground to sleep on. That was enough. And there's something almost peaceful about this simplicity, this reduction to essentials. No decisions about gear, about setup, about comfort. Just the basics. The things that actually matter for survival. Everything else stripped away, unnecessary, left behind. Modern camping tries to replicate home comfort. We bring tents, sleeping pads, cooking equipment, lights, entertainment. We try to make the outdoors feel like indoors, to maintain our usual level of comfort. Lewis did the opposite. He adapted himself to the environment, accepted discomfort, made do with minimal resources, and somehow this created a different relationship with the wilderness. Not trying to dominate it, not trying to stay separate from it, just being in it, part of it, accepting its terms. Let yourself imagine that kind of simplicity now, that reduction to essentials: fire, water, ground to lie on, nothing else needed, nothing else wanted, just the basics, the things that matter, everything else falling away, unnecessary, unimportant, just rest, just warmth, just quiet, just sleep. Winter on the frontier was serious business, not a season to be taken lightly. People died in winter, regularly, from cold, from starvation, from accidents that would be manageable in other seasons, but became fatal when temperatures dropped. Louis Wetzel survived many winters, alone, in the wilderness. This required knowledge, preparation, constant awareness, and a certain acceptance of discomfort, of hardship, of conditions that would break someone less adapted. The first challenge was staying warm. This sounds simple, but maintaining body heat when temperatures drop below freezing, when you're outside constantly, when you have minimal equipment, this is difficult, dangerous. You had to think about it constantly. Layering helped. Multiple layers of clothing trapped air, provided insulation, but frontier clothing was limited. Leather, wool if you were lucky, linen, no synthetic materials, no modern insulation, just natural fibers, which worked, but not perfectly. Wool stayed warm even when wet, which was valuable, but it was heavy, uncomfortable when soaked. Fire was crucial. You needed fire constantly in winter, for warmth, for cooking, for melting snow to drink, for drying wet clothes. You couldn't let fire go out. Maintaining fire became a constant task, gathering fuel, keeping it dry, tending the flames. But fire required wood, and in winter, gathering wood was harder. Deep snow made movement difficult, made finding dead wood challenging. You had to plan ahead, Gather more than you thought you'd need. Store it where it would stay dry. Never run out. Running out in the middle of a cold night, that could kill you. Shelter mattered more in winter. You couldn't just sleep under the stars. You needed protection from wind, from precipitation, from the radiating cold of clear nights. If you were in the same area for a while, you might build a rough shelter. Lean-to, half-face camp, something to block wind and reflect fire heat. But if you were traveling, you couldn't build elaborate shelter every night. You had to find natural shelter, rock overhangs, dense evergreens, hollow trees, anything that provided some protection. And you learned which types of terrain offered shelter, which to avoid. Food was harder to obtain in winter. Game was scarcer, moved less. Hunting was more difficult, took more time, more effort. And you needed more calories in winter. Your body burned more just staying warm. So you needed to eat more, precisely when food was harder to find. Lewis would have relied heavily on preserved food in winter, dried meat, parched corn, things that kept. That didn't spoil, that didn't freeze solid. Fresh meat froze, which preserved it, but also made it hard as rock, difficult to eat. You had to thaw it, which required fire, which required time. Water became complicated. Rivers might freeze. Streams might be buried under snow. You had to melt snow, which required fire, which required fuel, or find springs that still flowed, which required knowing where they were, which streams ran year-round, which only in warmer months. Travel was exhausting. Snow made every step harder. Deep snow was impossible without snowshoes, but snowshoes took skill to use. Practice. You couldn't just put them on and walk normally. You had to learn a different gait, different balance, different technique. Ice was treacherous. River ice could support you or break beneath you, plunging you into freezing water, which was usually fatal. You had to know ice, how to read it, how to test it, when to trust it, when to go around. Clothing got wet from snow, from sweat, from river crossings. And wet clothing in winter was dangerous. Hypothermia, frostbite. You had to dry clothes, which meant fire, which meant stopping, which meant time. Everything took longer in winter, required more effort, more resources, and the nights were long. 15 hours of darkness, 16 in deep winter. You couldn't travel in darkness, too dangerous, too difficult, so you had to camp early, wait through the long night, tend your fire, try to stay warm, try to rest, try not to think about how many hours remained until dawn. Lewis endured this, year after year, without complaint, as far as we know, without giving up, without deciding it was too hard, too dangerous, too miserable. He just continued, survived, made it through another winter, and then another. This required mental toughness as much as physical, the willingness to be uncomfortable, to be cold, to be tired and hungry and wet and still keep going, to accept that this was life, that complaining wouldn't help, that the only way out was through. Modern winter camping, even in harsh conditions, is easier. We have synthetic insulation, chemical heat packs, waterproof materials, freeze-dried food, modern tents, all sorts of equipment designed specifically to make winter survival easier, more comfortable. Lewis had none of this, just whatever he could make or carry, whatever the frontier provided, whatever his knowledge and skill could accomplish. It was enough. Because it had to be. Because there was no alternative. Because survival required making it enough. And there were beautiful moments even in that hardship. Winter forests are stunning, silent, pristine, the sun low and golden, snow sparkling, the air so clear you can see for miles, the night sky brilliant with stars. These moments, brief though they were, made the struggle bearable, gave meaning to the survival. Lewis would have experienced these moments, appreciated them, even if he never spoke of them, never wrote about them, even if beauty wasn't something frontier men talked about openly. Still, he would have noticed, would have felt something, looking at a winter landscape, surviving another day, making it through. Let yourself feel that survival now, that getting through, that making it. Not easily, not comfortably, but making it nonetheless. Through difficulty, through hardship, through the long cold night, coming through to the other side, to morning, to warmth, to rest, finally, rest. Louis Wetzel never owned a clock. Almost certainly, very few frontier people did. Clocks were expensive, fragile, impractical for wilderness travel, and unnecessary, because the frontier provided its own ways of knowing time, of tracking the passage of hours and days and seasons. The sun was the primary clock. Its position in the sky told you roughly what time it was. Dawn, mid-morning, noon when the sun was highest, afternoon, evening. This wasn't precise. You couldn't tell that it was 2:47 p.m., but you didn't need to. Precision wasn't the point. Rough timing was enough. You learned to judge by the sun's angle. In summer, when the sun rose early and set late, the day felt long. In winter, when the sun stayed low, the day felt short. But the patterns were predictable, reliable. You internalized them, felt them, didn't need to think about them consciously. At night, the stars served. The Big Dipper rotated around the North Star, made a full rotation every 24 hours. If you knew what position it should be in at a certain time of night, you could estimate the hour. Not perfectly, but well enough. The moon had its own cycle, new moon, waxing, full, waning, back to new. This cycle took roughly a month, so you could track longer time periods, remember when the last full moon was, calculate forward or backward. Know approximately what date it was. Seasons were obvious. Spring, with its wildflowers and bird migrations and rising temperatures. Summer, with its heat and growth and abundance. Fall, with its changing colors and harvest time. Winter, with its cold and snow and scarcity. These weren't just weather, they were markers, ways of orienting yourself in time. Within seasons, there were subtler signs. Certain plants bloomed at certain times. The dogwood in early spring, wild roses in late spring, goldenrod in late summer. You could track time by what was flowering, what had leafed out, what was going to seed. Animals behaved differently through the year. Bird migrations in spring and fall, deer rutting in autumn, bears denning in winter. These patterns told you where you were in the annual cycle, what to expect next, what was coming. Your own body was a clock. You got hungry at regular intervals, tired at certain times. Your body developed rhythms, patterns. You woke roughly the same time each day, naturally, without alarm. Your body knew. On the frontier, this natural timekeeping was usually sufficient. You didn't have appointments at precise times, no schedule that required minute-by-minute coordination. Work happened when it happened, when daylight allowed, when weather permitted, when you had time and energy. If someone said, "I'll meet you at noon tomorrow," that meant roughly midday. Not 12 exactly, somewhere around when the sun was highest. Close enough was close enough. No one expected precision, because no one had it. This created a different relationship with time, less urgent, less pressured. Time was flexible, negotiable. If something didn't get done today, it could be done tomorrow, unless it was truly urgent. There was no artificial deadline, no arbitrary constraint. Lewis would have experienced time this way, naturally, organically, connected to actual cycles, to sun and moon and seasons, not to arbitrary numbers on a clock face, not to social schedules, not to anyone else's demands or expectations. When traveling alone, time became even more fluid. No one was waiting for you, no one expecting you at a certain hour. You traveled when it made sense, stopped when you needed to, rested when you were tired. The day unfolded naturally, without structure, without pressure. This could be disorienting. Modern people, used to constant time awareness, used to schedules and deadlines, might find this formless time difficult, anxiety-producing. How do you know what to do, when to do it, without a schedule to structure your day? But Lewis probably found it freeing, natural, right? The rhythm of actual days, actual needs, actual energy levels, not artificial constraints imposed from outside, but natural patterns emerging from within. Days blurred together, one day like another, not in a bad way, just continuous. The work continued, the travel continued, the survival continued. Time passed, but without the sharp divisions we create, without weekends, without holidays, without marking time in artificial ways. This is very different from modern life. We're hyper-aware of time, checking constantly, worried about being late, about missing deadlines, about wasting time. Time has become a resource we manage, hoard, budget, stress about. Lewis just lived in time, moved through it, let it pass, didn't fight it, didn't try to control it, didn't worry about having enough of it. Time was what it was, constant, reliable, something you moved through, not something you managed. And maybe there's something we've lost in our precise timekeeping, some connection to natural rhythms, some acceptance of time's actual passage, some peace that comes from not constantly measuring, not constantly tracking, not constantly worrying. Let yourself release time awareness now. Stop tracking, stop measuring. Let hours become irrelevant. Let schedules fall away. You don't need to know what time it is. Don't need to track how long you've been listening. Don't need to worry about tomorrow's obligations. For now, time is suspended, irrelevant, gone. There's only this moment, this breath, this gentle slide towards sleep. That's all. That's enough. Finding your way in the wilderness, without maps, without GPS, without even a compass sometimes. This was perhaps Louis Wetzel's most essential skill, the one that made all his traveling possible, the one that kept him alive when others would have been hopelessly lost. Rivers were the most reliable guide. They flowed consistently in one direction, downhill, toward larger rivers, eventually toward the ocean. If you followed a river, you'd eventually reach somewhere, a settlement, another river you recognized, something familiar. The Ohio River was the major landmark, the central feature of the region, almost everything related to it. Rivers flowed into it. Settlements were on it or near it. If you could find the Ohio, you could find your way, figure out where you were, get back to familiar territory. But smaller rivers and creeks were important too. Each had its own character, its own features. The Muskingum was different from the Kanawha, the Monongahela different from both. If you knew these rivers, if you'd traveled them, you could recognize them. Even unfamiliar stretches had familiar qualities. Lewis would have paid attention to everything about rivers. Which direction they flowed, how wide they were, how deep, what the banks looked like, what kind of trees grew along them. Every detail was data, information that helped identify which river this was, which part of which river, where you were in relation to everywhere else. Tributaries were key. Where did this creek feed into that river? On which side? How far from that landmark? These connections, these relationships, built a mental map, a network of waterways that Lewis carried in his mind, that he could reference, that told him where he was, on land, away from rivers. Other features guided navigation. Ridges ran in certain directions, valleys between them. If you understood the pattern, if you knew which way ridges generally ran in an area, you could use them. Stay on high ground, follow ridgelines, know roughly where you were going. Hills and mountains were landmarks, visible from a distance, distinctive. That peak meant you were in this area. That ridge meant you'd traveled this far. These large features anchored navigation, gave you reference points, helped you stay oriented. At night, the stars, the North Star most importantly, fixed, reliable, always indicating north. If you knew which direction was north, you could derive the others. East, west, south. You could maintain direction even in darkness, even without visible landmarks. Other constellations helped too, not for precise navigation, but for rough timing, for confirmation, for the comfort of familiar patterns in the night sky. The same stars your ancestors saw, the same patterns, eternal, unchanging, reliable. Lewis also used memory. He'd remember details of previous journeys, that distinctive tree, that particular rock formation, that bend in the creek. On returning to an area, even years later, these details would spark recognition. I've been here before. This leads to that. That settlement is this direction. This memory-based navigation was powerful, but it required extraordinary attention. You had to notice things, remember them, file them away for future use. Every journey was an opportunity to gather more information, to refine your mental map, to add detail and nuance, and you had to trust your memory, trust your observations. When two memories conflicted, when you weren't sure, you had to make judgments, decide which memory was more reliable, which observation more accurate. Navigate uncertainty with confidence. Sometimes you got it wrong, made mistakes, thought you were on this river when actually it was that one, thought you'd gone far enough when you hadn't. These mistakes were, usually, recoverable. You'd realize the error. Correct course. Find your way back to familiar territory, but occasionally mistakes were serious, could lead you far off course, into difficult terrain, into danger. Good navigators minimized these errors, caught them early, made small corrections before they became large problems. Lewis developed an intuitive sense of direction, a feel for where he was. even in unfamiliar territory, even without obvious landmarks. His body, his mind, tracked movement, maintained orientation. It wasn't infallible, but it was reliable, trustworthy, something he could depend on. This skill created confidence, freedom. Lewis could travel almost anywhere, could explore, could take on work that required going to unfamiliar places, because he trusted his ability to find his way, to figure it out, to get back. This wasn't arrogance, it was earned confidence, based on years of experience, hundreds of successful navigations. And there was something deeply satisfying about this kind of navigation, this reading of landscape, this use of memory and observation and subtle cues. It connected you to place in a way that map following doesn't, made you part of the landscape, not separate from it, not looking at an abstract representation, but engaged directly, immediately, physically. Modern navigation is easier. GPS tells you exactly where you are, exactly how to get where you're going. No uncertainty, no need for observation or memory or judgment. Just follow the directions, turn by turn, precise, effortless. But maybe we've lost something, some engagement with landscape, some attention to detail, some confidence in our own observation and judgment, some connection to place that comes from having to figure it out, from having to pay attention, from having to remember. Lewis's navigation was harder, more demanding, but also more rewarding, more engaging, more alive. Every journey required presence, attention, skill. Nothing was automatic, nothing was handed to you. You earned every successful navigation, and that, in its way, mattered. Let yourself imagine that kind of attention now, that complete engagement, that use of all your senses, all your memory, all your judgment, not relying on external tools, not being told what to do, just figuring it out, finding your way, trusting yourself, your observations, your knowledge, your skill, that confidence, that self-reliance, that connection. Let it settle into you, become part of you, as you settle, as you drift, as you find your way toward sleep. Lewis Wetzel traveled light. This was necessity. Everything he carried on his body, on his back. No pack animals, no wagon, no way to transport anything he couldn't personally manage. So every item had to justify its weight, its space, its presence. The most essential tool was his rifle, long rifle, flintlock, the frontier style, a 40 or 45 caliber, long barrel, maybe 40 inches, accurate at distance, essential for hunting, for defense, for survival. Without a rifle, traveling alone in the wilderness was nearly impossible. The rifle required constant maintenance. The flint had to be kept sharp, properly positioned. It struck the frizzen, created sparks, ignited powder in the pan, which fired the main charge. If the flint was dull or positioned wrong, the rifle wouldn't fire, so you checked it, maintained it, replaced it when necessary. The barrel needed cleaning. Black powder left residue, fouling, after every shot. Ideally, you'd swab the barrel, remove the residue, keep the bore clean. This maintained accuracy, prevented build-up that could make loading difficult or dangerous. The lock mechanism, all the moving parts, needed oil occasionally. Not too much. Too much oil collected dirt, but enough to keep parts moving smoothly, to prevent rust, to ensure reliable function. This was delicate work, required attention, care. Lewis carried powder in a horn, cow horn or buffalo horn, sealed at both ends, with a wooden plug at the narrow end. This plug had a pour spout, measured charges. You could adjust how much powder came out with each pour. This controlled the rifle's power, its accuracy. The powder had to stay dry, absolutely dry. Wet powder wouldn't fire, was useless, potentially dangerous, so the horn had to be waterproof, sealed properly, protected, in rain, in river crossings. The powder horn was critical, had to be kept safe. Lead balls for ammunition. Lewis would have cast these himself, using a mold, melting lead, pouring it into the mold, letting it cool, trimming the sprue, creating perfectly round balls, the right size for his rifle. This was done in settlements, where you had fire hot enough to melt lead, where you had time. He carried balls in a pouch, shot pouch, leather, along with patches, small squares of cloth or leather, greased. The patches wrapped the ball, created a seal in the barrel. Improved accuracy were essential for proper loading. You needed dozens of patches, used them constantly. A knife, always. Large knife, strong, sharp, used for everything. Cutting, skinning game, preparing food, making repairs, cutting cordage, defending yourself if necessary. A frontiersman's knife was tool and weapon both, indispensable. The knife required sharpening, regular sharpening. Lewis would have carried a whetstone, small, portable, used it frequently. Keeping his knife sharp wasn't optional, wasn't vanity, was practical necessity. A dull knife was dangerous, inefficient, frustrating. A tomahawk possibly, light axe, could be used as tool or weapon, for chopping wood, for making shelter, for various camp tasks. Not everyone carried one, but many did. The weight was manageable, the utility high, fire-starting equipment, flint, steel, charcloth or tinder. These were small, light, but absolutely critical. Without fire, survival was enormously harder, potentially impossible in winter, so fire-starting tools were guarded, protected, never lost, never forgotten. A blanket, maybe, or a bearskin, something for warmth at night. This was heavy, bulky, but in cold months, essential. You had to balance the weight against the need. Sometimes you carried it, sometimes you didn't, depending on season, on expected conditions. Cordage, rope or leather thongs, for repairs, for tying things, for making snares, for countless uses. You couldn't carry much, but some was necessary. You made more as needed, from plant fibers, from animal hide, but having some with you, that was wise, and that was, roughly, all. No tent, no sleeping bag, no camp stove, no lantern, no extra clothes beyond what you wore, no luxury items, no comfort items, just the absolute essentials, the things you couldn't do without. This extreme minimalism was, in some ways, freeing. You didn't have to manage much equipment, didn't have to pack and unpack elaborate gear, didn't have to maintain complex systems. Your kit was simple, comprehensible, reliable, but it also meant no redundancy. If something broke, you had to fix it, with whatever was at hand, with improvisation, with skill. There was no backup rifle, no spare knife, no replacement flint. What you had was what you had. It had to last, had to work, had to be maintained. Lewis would have spent time every day on maintenance, checking his rifle, sharpening his knife, inspecting his powder horn, making sure everything was in order. This wasn't wasted time, it was investment, insurance, making sure that when you needed your tools, they worked. And there was something meditative about this maintenance, this care of objects, this attention to detail, the slow, repetitive motion of sharpening a blade, the careful inspection of a rifle lock, the patient waterproofing of a seam. These activities required focus, but not intense focus, just presence, attention, care. They also created relationship with objects. When you maintain something constantly, when you depend on it absolutely, it becomes more than just a thing. It becomes companion almost. You know its quirks, its tendencies, how it responds in different conditions. This knowledge was valuable, practical, but also, somehow, meaningful. Modern life gives us redundancy, backup plans. If one thing breaks, we have another. We replace rather than repair. We don't develop deep relationships with our tools. They're interchangeable, disposable, easily replaced. Lewis couldn't live that way. His tools had to last, had to be maintained, had to be understood deeply. This created a different relationship, more intimate, more careful, more respectful, perhaps, of the tools that kept you alive, that made survival possible. Let yourself feel that care now, that attention to essential things, that maintaining of what matters, not accumulating more, not wanting more, just caring for what you have, what you need, what serves you, that simplicity, that focus, that relationship with the essential. Let it settle into you as you settle, as you care for yourself, as you maintain your own rest, your own peace, your own essential needs. When Louis Wetzel stayed in settlements, he stayed in cabins, the standard frontier dwelling, simple, rough but functional, providing shelter from weather, security from threats, a place to rest between journeys. A typical frontier cabin was one room, maybe 20 feet square, log construction, trees cut and notched to fit together at corners, gaps between logs filled with chinking, mud and moss and sticks to keep out wind and rain. Not perfectly, but adequately. The roof was boards, if available, split logs, bark, whatever could be made to shed water. It leaked some. Most frontier roofs did. You learned to position things, to avoid spots where water came through, to accept some dampness as normal. One door, wooden, rough-hewn, hanging on leather hinges or wooden pegs. A latch, simple, that could be secured from inside. Windows were small, few, sometimes just openings with shutters. Glass was rare, expensive. Most cabins had no glass at all. The fireplace dominated one end, stone if stone was available, clay if not. The chimney, always a concern, had to draft properly, had to not catch fire. Many cabins burned because of chimney problems. Fire was essential but dangerous, always. Inside, the floor was dirt, packed earth, sometimes wooden planks, but usually not initially. Planks came later, after the cabin was established, after more pressing needs were met. Dirt floors worked, stayed cool in summer, could be swept clean, were normal. Furniture was minimal, a table, benches, maybe a bed frame, maybe just a sleeping platform. Everything handmade, everything simple, function over form, no decoration, no extra anything, just what was needed. The cabin smelled of wood smoke, always, Smoke from the fireplace permeated everything. Your clothes, your hair, the walls, everything. You stopped noticing after a while. It became just how things smelled. Normal. Familiar. Life in these cabins was intimate. Close. If a family lived there, everyone was always present. Always in sight. No privacy. No separate rooms. No escape from each other. You learned to coexist, to give psychological space even when physical space was impossible. For someone like Lewis, who spent so much time alone, cabins might have felt crowded, claustrophobic. The constant presence of others, the noise, the activity, after weeks in the forest. In silence, returning to a cabin full of people must have been jarring, overwhelming. But cabins also provided things the wilderness couldn't: warmth more easily maintained, security through walls and locks, community, conversation, news from other places. These had value, even for someone who preferred solitude. When traveling, Lewis sometimes built temporary shelters, quick constructions, for a night or two. Not cabins, but simpler structures, lean-tos mostly, 3 sides and a roof. Open on one side, facing a fire. You'd find 2 trees close together, cut poles, lean them from ground to a crossbar between the trees, creating an angled roof. Cover the poles with bark, or pine boughs, or whatever was available. This created shelter from wind, from rain, reflected fire heat back toward you. A lean-to could be built in an hour, maybe less if you were skilled. It wasn't comfortable, wasn't warm exactly, but it was better than nothing. Better than sleeping completely exposed. And it required only minimal tools: an axe, a knife, nothing else. Some frontiersmen built more elaborate temporary shelters, half-face camps, more substantial lean-tos, with sides, with better roofing. If you were going to stay several days, this investment made sense. But for one night, simple was better, faster, adequate. In winter, shelter mattered more. You needed better protection, more insulation. Sometimes you'd dig into snow, create a snow cave. Snow insulated surprisingly well, blocked wind, held heat. A properly made snow cave was warmer than sleeping in the open, sometimes warmer than a poorly made lean-to. Rock overhangs were prized, natural shelters, already existing, requiring no construction, just a fire, just arrangement of your minimal camp. If you found a good overhang, you remembered it, marked it mentally, used it on future travels, shared the information with others. Hollow trees could work, large enough to curl up in, not comfortable, but dry, protected. In desperate situations, adequate. Lewis would have used whatever was available, whatever worked, without complaint, without comparison to better options. This flexibility, this ability to make do, was essential. You couldn't be precious about accommodations, couldn't require certain conditions to rest, couldn't demand comfort. You took what was available, made the best of it, rested anyway, survived anyway, continued anyway. Modern camping tries to replicate home comfort. We want soft beds, warm sleeping bags, protection from every element. We're uncomfortable without these things. Consider it roughing it if conditions are less than ideal. But frontier shelter was actually rough, actually minimal, actually uncomfortable by our standards. And yet, people adapted, slept, recovered, went on. The human body, the human mind, can adapt to conditions we think we can't tolerate, can find rest in circumstances we'd consider impossible. Lewis proved this constantly, sleeping in crude shelters, on hard ground, in cold conditions, with minimal protection, and yet surviving, functioning, continuing. The body adjusted, the mind accepted. Rest happened anyway. Perhaps there's something to learn here about adaptability, about not requiring perfect conditions, about finding rest wherever we are, with whatever we have, not waiting for ideal circumstances, but accepting what is, working with it, resting in it, despite its imperfection, despite its discomfort, finding peace anyway. Louis Wetzel died around 1808, but the stories about him, the memories, those lasted much longer. People who knew him, or claimed to, told stories for decades. These accounts are interesting, revealing, though not always reliable. Many described him as capable, extraordinarily capable. This theme appears consistently. He could do things others couldn't, survive conditions others found impossible, travel faster, cover more ground, endure more hardship. His competence was apparently obvious, undeniable. He was described as tall, strong, dark-haired, physically impressive, moving with ease through difficult terrain, comfortable in the wilderness in ways that others, even experienced frontiersmen, weren't quite. He belonged there, in the forest, in the wild places, more than he belonged in settlements. People remembered his independence, his unwillingness to take orders, to follow rules, to conform to expectations. This was sometimes praised as strength of character, sometimes criticized as stubbornness, depending on who was remembering, depending on their perspective. Stories were told about his tracking abilities, how he could follow trails others couldn't see, could find people or animals through wilderness, could read signs in ways that seemed almost supernatural, though it wasn't supernatural, just highly developed skill, extraordinary observation, years of practice. His marksmanship was legendary, stories about impossible shots, about reloading while running, about never missing. These stories were almost certainly exaggerated, but they suggest he was, at minimum, an excellent shot, better than average, reliable with a rifle. Some accounts describe him as quiet, speaking little, keeping his own counsel. Others describe him as talkative, telling stories, sharing information. These contradictions might reflect different contexts. Maybe Lewis was quiet in some settings, more open in others, depending on who he was with, what the situation was. He was remembered as someone who kept his word. If he said he'd do something, he did it. This reliability was valuable, essential in frontier society where trust mattered enormously, where your word was your bond, where reputation determined whether others would work with you, help you, trust you. But he was also remembered as difficult, argumentative sometimes, unwilling to back down, getting into disputes, conflicts with authority, being arrested, released, arrested again, a pattern of friction with social structures, with law, with expectations of behavior. Some saw this as heroic, as resistance to unjust authority, as independence taken to its logical conclusion. Others saw it as immaturity maybe, inability to function in society, refusal to grow up. to take on adult responsibilities, different perspectives, different interpretations, all based on the same behavior. Women, in the accounts, are mostly absent. Lewis apparently never married, never had known children, didn't establish a household. This was noted, commented on, seen as unusual, in a society where most men married, where family was central. Lewis remained outside this pattern, alone, unattached. Whether this was choice or circumstance, the accounts don't make clear. Maybe Lewis preferred solitude, maybe he was traumatized, unable to form intimate relationships, maybe he never met someone he wanted to marry, maybe he saw his lifestyle as incompatible with family. We don't know, can only speculate. His later years are murky. Some accounts have him traveling to Mississippi, to Texas, dying there. Others have him disappearing, walking into wilderness, never returning. Others have him in different places, different circumstances. The accounts conflict, contradict each other, leave us uncertain. What's clear is, Lewis left an impression. People remembered him, talked about him, told stories. He became, in the decades after his death, a folk hero, a legendary figure, someone representing something about the frontier, about independence, about survival, about living on your own terms. The stories grew, exaggerated, became taller tales, more dramatic, more impossible. The real Lewis, the historical person, disappeared under layers of legend, of myth, of projection. People made him into what they needed him to be, what the story required. But underneath all that, there was a real person, someone who lived, who struggled, who survived, who made choices, who had skills and flaws and experiences, who was human, complicated, not purely heroic, not purely anything, just a person, trying to make his way, trying to survive, trying to find some meaning or purpose in a difficult world. Tonight, we've tried to imagine that person, not the legend, not the myth, but the actual human being, moving through actual landscapes, using actual skills, living an actual life. However imperfectly, however partially, we've tried to see him, to understand him, to appreciate the reality beneath the stories. And in doing so, maybe we've learned something, not just about Lewis, but about frontier life, about survival, about solitude, about skills and knowledge that have been mostly lost, about different ways of being in the world, about adaptability and endurance and the human capacity to survive difficult circumstances. These lessons, these insights, they have value. Not because we need to live like Lewis lived, we don't. The world has changed. But because understanding how people lived then, how they survived, how they found meaning, this expands our sense of human possibility, reminds us that we're more adaptable than we think, more capable, more resilient. Let those qualities settle into you now. That adaptability, that resilience, that capability. Feel yourself carrying some of what Lewis represented, some of that endurance, that quiet strength, that ability to continue, to survive, to make it through. You have this, we all have this, deep inside, available when needed. Trust it, rest in it, let it support you as you sink deeper into rest. We've spent this time with Lewis Wetzel, exploring his world, his skills, his life. but we need to acknowledge we've been looking at fragments, pieces, incomplete evidence. The real Lewis, the complete person, remains largely unknowable, hidden behind time, behind legend, behind the limits of historical record. What we actually know for certain is limited: birth year, family, general location, some court records, references in others' writings. That's roughly it. Everything else is inference, interpretation, educated guessing, building a picture from inadequate evidence. The legends are problematic. They're full of violence, of conflicts, of actions that, from our modern perspective, are deeply troubling. Frontier violence wasn't glorious, wasn't clean, wasn't heroic in any real sense. It was tragic, brutal, creating trauma on all sides. Lewis participated in this violence. The historical record suggests this. We can't know the full extent, can't know his motivations, his feelings, his justifications or regrets. But we can't pretend it didn't happen. Can't ignore the darker aspects while praising the survival skills. The frontier was morally complicated. Indigenous peoples defending their lands, their way of life, settlers seeking opportunity, seeking land, both caught in historical forces larger than themselves, both doing what they thought necessary, both creating and experiencing terrible violence. Lewis existed in this context, was shaped by it, participated in it. We can try to understand this, to see the full complexity, without condemning or excusing, just acknowledging. This was real. This happened. People on all sides suffered, endured, did things we might wish they hadn't. Tonight, we've focused on other aspects: the survival skills, the knowledge of wilderness, the relationship with landscape. These are easier to discuss, less troubling, more universally relevant, but in doing so, we've presented an incomplete picture, a selective one. This is inevitable. We can't cover everything, can't present full complexity in a sleep story. So we choose aspects, emphasize some things, minimize others. This is always interpretation, always selective, never complete truth. The Lewis we've explored tonight is one version, one interpretation, based on certain sources, emphasizing certain themes. Another telling might be very different, might emphasize different aspects, different evidence, different conclusions. This doesn't make our version wrong, just partial, limited, one perspective among many possible ones. History is always like this, always interpretation, always selection, always constructed from fragments. We also need to acknowledge the Lewis of legend was created mostly by white settlers, for white settlers, to justify their presence, their actions, their transformation of the landscape. The stories served a purpose, made sense of expansion, of violence, of change, made it feel necessary, justified, meaningful. Indigenous peoples have their own stories, their own perspectives, their own histories of this time and place. Stories we haven't told tonight, perspectives we haven't included. This absence is significant, worth noting, worth acknowledging. A complete understanding would need all perspectives, all stories, all versions of what happened, why it happened, what it meant. We don't have that, can't provide that. So we acknowledge the limitation, the incompleteness, the partiality of what we've presented. And yet, despite all these qualifications, there's still value in the attempt, in trying to understand, in exploring what we can know, in imagining what life was like, even knowing our imagination is imperfect, even knowing we're missing crucial pieces. Because the alternative is forgetting entirely, letting the past disappear, losing even the fragments, the partial understanding, the incomplete picture, and that feels worse than the imperfect remembering we can manage. So we do what we can. We look at evidence, we make inferences, we build pictures, we acknowledge limitations, we remain humble about our conclusions, we stay open to other interpretations, other perspectives, other ways of understanding, and we try to learn something. Not perfect truth, not complete understanding, but something. Some insight into human experience, into survival, into adaptation, into ways of living that are different from ours. That might teach us, challenge us, expand our understanding of human possibility. This is what history offers, not certainty, not complete truth, but fragments, stories, partial understandings, invitations to imagine, to empathize, to try to see beyond our own experience, our own assumptions, our own time and place. Louis Wetzel was a real person, lived a real life, in a real time and place. We can't fully know him, can't fully understand him, but we can try, can make the effort, can build some picture, however incomplete, of who he might have been, what his life might have been like, what we might learn from it, and in that effort, imperfect though it is, there's value, there's meaning, there's connection across time, to people who lived differently, who faced different challenges, who found different solutions, who teach us, if we're willing to learn, about resilience, adaptation, survival, about being human in difficult circumstances. Let that humility settle now, that acknowledgement of limitation, of partial knowing, of incomplete understanding. It's okay to not know everything, to not be certain, to hold questions, to remain curious, to accept that some things are unknowable, hidden, lost to time, and that's okay, that's human, that's how it is. Rest in that uncertainty, that not knowing, that acceptance. It's peaceful, in its way, freeing, to not need all answers, to accept mystery, to rest in what we don't know. Throughout this exploration of Louis Wetzel's life, one theme keeps returning: borderlands, boundaries, in-between places, liminal spaces. This is where Louis lived, literally and figuratively, where he spent his life, where he made sense, if he made sense anywhere. The Ohio River Valley in his time was borderland, between indigenous territory and settler territory, between wilderness and civilization, between old America and new America, between different ways of life, different worldviews, different futures. Borderlands are unstable. By definition, they're places of transition, of conflict, of change, where different systems meet, clash, transform each other. They're uncomfortable places, dangerous places, but also dynamic places, where new things emerge, where transformation happens. Louis was a person of these borderlands, never quite settling, never quite belonging fully to either side, to either world. Too comfortable in wilderness to be fully civilized, too marked by frontier violence to be innocent, too independent to be controlled, too human to be mythic. Borderland people are always complicated. They don't fit neat categories, don't serve clear purposes. They embody contradictions, tensions, unresolved questions. They make us uncomfortable, make us uncertain. They're ambiguous, resistant to easy interpretation. But they're also necessary somehow. They're the people who can navigate between worlds, who can translate, mediate, move between different systems, different peoples, different ways of understanding. They're bridges, connectors, even when the connection is fraught, difficult, problematic. Lewis connected wilderness and settlement, carried messages between them, guided people between them, traded between them. He was interface, maybe, between different modes of existence, neither fully one nor the other, both and neither simultaneously. This borderland existence was probably uncomfortable. Psychologically, you don't fully belong anywhere, don't fully fit anywhere. You're always other, different, not quite right for wherever you are. Settlements feel claustrophobic. Wilderness feels lonely. You're caught between, never quite at home. But maybe Lewis made peace with this, made it his identity, his way of being. If you can't belong fully to either world, maybe you belong to the borderland itself, to the space between, to the movement, the transition, the journey. Maybe that becomes home, not a place but a state, a way of being. The borderland was temporary. This is important to remember. It didn't last, couldn't last. Borderlands are by nature transitional. Eventually they resolve, become one thing or the other. The Ohio River Valley stopped being borderland, became settled territory, became Ohio, West Virginia, Kentucky, known places, mapped places, civilized places. And in that transformation, Lewis's way of life became impossible, became obsolete. The skills that made him valuable, the knowledge that made him necessary, these stopped being needed. The frontier moved west, the borderland moved west, until it disappeared entirely, until there was no more frontier, no more borderland, no more space for people like Lewis. This is part of the tragedy of his story. He was perfectly adapted to conditions that were temporary, that couldn't last, that were, in fact, being deliberately destroyed by the very people he sometimes helped, whose messages he carried, whose settlements he connected. He was, in some sense, participating in the elimination of his own way of life. This contradiction must have been felt somehow, understood on some level. The knowledge that the world you know, the world you're adapted to, is disappearing, being replaced by something that has no place for you. How do you live with that? How do you make meaning of that? The historical record doesn't tell us, doesn't give us Lewis's thoughts, his feelings, his understanding of his own situation. We can only guess, only imagine, only project. Maybe he didn't think about it much. Maybe he just lived, day to day, task to task, not worrying about larger patterns, larger meanings, just surviving, continuing, doing what he knew how to do, until he couldn't anymore, until he died, or disappeared, or whatever happened. Or maybe he felt it, understood it, mourned it in his way, the passing of the world he knew, the closing of the frontier, the end of the borderland, the disappearance of space for people like him. Maybe this added to whatever isolation he already felt, whatever alienation, whatever difficulty he had connecting, belonging, finding place. We don't know, can't know, are left with questions, with fragments, with speculation. But the questions themselves, They're meaningful. They reveal something about change, loss, obsolescence, about being caught in historical transformation, about ways of life ending, about adaptation that becomes maladaptation, about being left behind by the future. These aren't just historical questions, they're ongoing, contemporary. People today experience similar transformations, skills becoming obsolete, ways of life disappearing, being caught between old and new, not fitting anywhere. Borderland experiences continue, just with different details, different circumstances. Maybe Lewis's story speaks to this, to the experience of transition, of being caught between, of not quite fitting, of watching your world disappear. This is, unfortunately, common human experience. Always has been, always will be. As long as the world keeps changing, as long as people outlive the conditions they're adapted to. So we remember Lewis, not as hero, not as villain, but as someone who lived in complicated times, who embodied contradictions, who existed in borderlands, literal and metaphorical, who adapted as best he could, who survived for a while, who eventually passed, as we all do, leaving fragments, stories, questions, memory. That's all. That's enough. And so, our journey through the American frontier comes to a gentle close. The stories continue in the quiet of your rest. Thank you for listening, and may you sleep deeply and peacefully through the night. If this video helped you rest, consider subscribing for more sleep stories and leaving a like to help others find this content. Sleep well